What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, September 9th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, plenty of sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday press conference, including a moment that has gone viral throughout the college football world. Our buddy Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered will join us at 8 o'clock to recap week 2 of SEC football and also preview what's coming up this weekend. We'll talk Monday Night Football as the Buck made the people some more money last night. What a comeback for Minnesota in Chicago. Got some big takeaways from the opening week of the NFL season. And also a South African pastor is claiming that Jesus is coming back later this month. Oh, yeah. We'll get to the sound of that as well. Plenty of sports, plenty of fun to be had between now and 9 o'clock. It's also a Tuesday, so we'll get Bucky's tip for kids in the car line. We are locked, we are loaded, and we are ready to roll. Appreciate y'all starting your day off with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I'm doing fabulous, man. It's a beautiful morning, nice and cool this morning out, and we're going to have a couple cool mornings. So before we get the temperatures to rise again, I don't know how much we're going to get into these crazy 90s or 100 degrees. I think that may be over with 100, but these mornings are beautiful in the 60s, 60s and 70s. That's a great way to start the morning. Feels fantastic. But don't get fooled in the afternoon thinking you can go out there without your sunscreen on, because it's still miserable at 3:30, 4 o'clock, when the crazy people like myself are outside doing work. That's not fun. It's not good out there still.
I did go.
I went out without a hat yesterday.
What, you went without a hat yesterday?
And I generally remember to wear a hat. I forgot. I was out there doing some stuff, and those stupid ants are like everywhere. They've, since, it did rain a little bit, but before that we had such dry weather, the ants get into my plants and they eat the roots because they get all the moisture out of the roots. Well, the ants had eaten 2 of my nice little plants that I had put in pots in front of my house. They had chomped those up, and I pulled those things out, and it was filled with ants. And I went and got my ant killer, my pesticide stuff, and I got it all over. It's the granulated stuff that you send back to the queen, and then it kills everybody. I almost dumped a whole bag in the pot.
Congratulations, murderer.
I wanted them dead.
That's
so
you.
I got the ants, and then I got bit a couple times. Man, I thought getting bit by that spider was bad. Those stupid little red ants, fire ants, and when they bite you, they get you good.
Well, when you said you went outside without a hat and then you started talking about ants, I thought you were going to say you got bit on the head. That didn't happen.
My head feels it now from just being out there for an hour, though.
You don't have a lot of protection from hair on the top of your dome.
No, I don't. I'm not like my dog. I got no hair up there. And that stuff last night when I was laying down on the pillow, it was like, oh, that hurts. I get a mosquito bite. I said, oh my God, reached up there and it's like, oh, that's a little tender from being out there in the sun. So don't forget, wear your sunscreen. Make sure you get all your checks, everybody. Right now, we're getting football season. We're in the swing of things, and got to get your checkups still, no matter what. Make sure if you got those appointments, make sure you keep them.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Protect yourself and make sure your loved ones are protecting themselves.
Absolutely. By the way, here's my tip for kids in the car line thing brought to you by our good friends at Relax the Back. If you want to change the world, find someone to help you paddle. If you want to change the world, find someone to help you paddle. You alone in that boat can't do it. Find somebody to help you paddle. That's important.
You want to change the world, rent a kayak?
No, just find someone to help you paddle.
Maybe a canoe?
No, not Hero Canoe. You don't need to find Hero Canoe. But if somebody wants to help you paddle, there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm talking about one of those little things that roll up and down 6th Street, right? Those drinking peddlers. You ever seen one of those before?
Yeah. I see, you know what? I see some slackers too that don't do any pedaling, just have their feet there while everybody's going crazy, pretending they're loving doing that. Does that thing have a motor to it also?
I think if necessary, that thing's got a
Okay.
motor to it.
I think that thing is going most of the time on cruise or whatever it is, to make those people think they're doing something. I don't want to sit on that thing in that hot thing and sweat and pedal while I'm drinking. I just want to be the one drinking.
Just go ahead and call out the women next time.
Oh,
It's always,
they're just there sitting.
I've been on one of those in my life, and I didn't want to go. I had no interest, and I have no interest in going again. But it's one of my best friends, now wife's girlfriend at the time, and she's a friend of mine too. But it was her birthday, and like that's what she wanted to do. I was like, all right, fine. Everyone else is saying yes. I don't want to be that guy.
Going down 6th Street on this thing.
And so I'm just like hiding, like basically wearing a ski mask to make sure that nobody sees that I'm on there. And every time I just look around and I'm like, looks like the guys are doing all the work here, ladies. Let's go pick it up a little bit.
I'm looking at these legs down there, and I see the ones that are all shaven.
Hey, I get it. It's your birthday. You don't have to do any of the work. But you other ladies out here, it ain't your day. We need some help here. All right. I'm trying to get to these bars to get to drinking. Let's go.
Yeah, they're too busy going to ball games, stealing baseballs from kids.
Oh, yeah. No, Philly's Karen, or Cruella de Phil, as they're calling her, was not on board my, whatever you call that thing, drunk peddler. I don't even know what you call those things.
Pedal bar? Is that what it is?
Maybe. That'd be a good name for it if it isn't.
I never even thought about being on one of those. I said, that looks like way too much work to get your drink on.
Yeah. Well, you also were out of drinking by the time those were invented, right?
I would be the guy at the end with the megaphone going, pedal, screaming and hollering at with a thing of rum in my hand, like a pirate.
That's got to be the best job, like on the rowing team, the person who's just yelling.
I'd love to be that one with that big megaphone screaming at those bums. Hey, you bum. Yeah. Start rowing. Let's go.
Someone's not doing a good job. You just whack them upside the head with a megaphone.
Knock them into the water.
I think that's how it works, right? That's how Texas keeps winning all these rowing national championships, right?
Goodness.
That's key. All right. I like that. Tip for kids. Basically, you can't do it alone. Say it one more time, Buck.
If you want to change the world, find someone to help you paddle.
I like that. All right. Good stuff right there. Thanks to our friends at Relax the Back for bringing us.
Sitting in my Relax the Back chair after being outside standing around yesterday.
There we go.
Loving it. Loving this chair, man. I tell you what, BK, this chair has saved me an awful lot of, morning pain that just would last throughout the day if I didn't get into this chair. You've got one of those chairs. Those chairs are awesome.
It is awesome. Love.
Plus, you go to your parents' house and you get to lay in the recliner. I haven't got to the point of getting a recliner yet. I've never had a lazy boy. I've never had a recliner before.
Oh man, they're awesome. I mean, they're dangerous because they're so easy to fall asleep on. Like if you sit in a recliner and your plan is to I'm only going to be here for like 10 minutes and then I've got to get up and get some stuff done. No, you're not getting stuff done. You're not getting up.
Never had one. Never have owned one throughout the homes I've gone. I've been to homes that had them. I don't know if I've ever had one at my house. My old man was never around long enough to have his own recliner, so. But I've been to other people's houses where I sat in it, and then Dad came in and looked at me like, "What are you doing?" What do you mean? What am I doing? He goes, "That's my chair. Get your ass up and go sit over there. Go over sit at the little kids' table."
Yeah, if you ever want to be invited back to this house again, you better get your ass up right now. It's my recliner.
Yeah, my friend's dad, who, when I was a kid, and he's the one who got me interested in the Yankees, would on a Saturday mornings when I'd come over to their house, would sit me. He'd be in his recliner, and he had a chair waiting for me on Saturdays when the Yankees was playing back in Pennsylvania, and we went through all the different Yankees and all the way back to the Whitey Ford and Yogi Berra. He'd have all this stuff all lined up for me like a scorecard of Yankees that were playing now, but Yankees from the past. And he would have me, every Saturday kind of give it to him. Who is this Yankee? Who was this second baseman before this guy played? I mean, that's how I kind of learned about the Yankees. That's when I fell in love with the Yankees, because a friend, I didn't like the Yankees on my own, or nobody taught me, just my friend's dad, who was a big Yankees fan, who, when he passed away, they buried him with his Yankees hat, and I've got mine ready to go. So when it's my time to go into the furnace or wherever I'm going, I got my old Yankees hat to wear. So
Are you going to wear the whole Yankee uni that you have?
No, I'm going to get rid of the Yankee uniform before. There's no chance. I'm not even letting people at the incinerator or wherever it is, crematorium, see me in that thing.
Dude.
Even before I go. I know that is going. I'm gonna, I'm gonna give that to my grandson, the little baseball player.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll that over to him.
I'm usually so anti-open casket. I've been to one of those before, and it's just the creepiest thing ever. But I would be in favor of your funeral being open casket if you are going to be wearing that full Yankees uniform on your way out.
No. People just start laughing, pointing.
Yeah, you've made people laugh for your entire life. Like, give people one last laugh before you get lowered into the ground. That's what we need right there.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. I remember my grandmother's funeral. I was in Greensboro, North Carolina. I was recruiting at the time. I think it was when I first got to Illinois. And so my grandmother died in Greensboro, and I had to go. And then there was these letters from my kids. I get to the funeral home, and I forget the letters at my hotel. I jump back in the car. I drive back. I missed the funeral, but they were getting ready to close the casket. I come running down the aisle, and I toss the letters into I like hit her in the head with the letters, and then they closed the casket down. It was unbelievable.
One final
I just made it in, and the guy had his hand and started to pull it down. I come flying down here, and I shoot these things from my kids to my grandmother in there.
He wasn't going to wait?
Oh, no, he was bringing it down because they were holding up for me as it is. They were like, oh, my God, her grandson just left. And I had told somebody, I said, I left these letters from my kids to grandma. And I said, I threw them in. I chucked them in. It was so funny.
Oh, man.
I come sliding down the aisle,
Yeah.
Like frisbee golf.
You're just throwing them all one at a time? Yeah, like a frisbee?
Oh, yeah. I got them all in there. I think the one hit her in the head and,
she woke up for a second in there. I was like, hang on.
I just believe me, seeing her in death, I had seen her enough in life. She was wonderful, man. My grandma was awesome.
Yeah.
My grandma she was wonderful. She was the lady that I told her I was going to run away from home. And my mother told me to run away from her. She said, my mom said, go ahead. I said, okay. My grandmother lived about a half a mile away from our house in North Carolina in Greensboro. And I got my shit and I packed my shit and I started walking down the street. And I got to my grandmother's house. And as soon as I got there, she goes, boy, you better take your butt back to the house. What are you doing? I said, you said I could stay here. I said, my mom said I could run away. And my dad, I could see him going up and down the street in the station wagon. And dude, when I got back, that guy beat me. That's when he had my head between his legs and his belt, and he rode me like I was secretary. And he slammed that belt in the back. And I stayed mad. I'm gonna tell you, I stayed mad at my mom it had to be for about 2 or 3 months where I wouldn't talk to her because she's the one who told me I could run away. And then I get a beating for running away. I said, don't tell me I can go because I'm gonna go.
That's an interesting strategy to try to convince you to not run away. Hey, I'll beat your ass.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You want me to like this place so I don't run away, right? Why are you doing this to me?
Oh, no. She was there, and she was, like, giggling when my dad had my head between his legs. And she was giggling because she's like, I can't believe you really ran away. I'm like, I said, if you tell me I can go and I'm mad and you say I can go, I'm going. And I'm going right to my grandma's house, a half mile away. And boy, did I get a beat. That was the worst whipping that I've ever taken. And that was that belt looked like one of those at a barber shop, where they get the razor and slap it across. That thing was so thick. I mean, it left welts on my butt. And then I had to go get in a bathtub, take a bath with those welts. Oh, my old man was brutal. And that guy, he wasn't like a marksman with that thing. That thing would hit me in the back of the neck. I mean, if you did that stuff to a kid now, you go to jail.
Yeah.
You would never. I mean, I never took my belt off to my kids. My kids were always scared of me. I always claimed that was a big deal. And my kids were like horrified. My one daughter was horrified. If I just looked at her the wrong way, she would just like start crying. But I never had to do any of that kind of stuff except for the one guy, Kyle, my adopted guy. But he didn't come through the same chute. He wasn't there long enough for me. He was a little different coming from Chicago. You know what I'm saying?
So you got him once.
Oh, I got him once. And then I tell you, and then I quit because he once ran away from me and hit the corner of the wall and split his head. And that was it. That was the last discipline I did, a physical discipline that I did. When he did that, and his mom came back and she said, "What happened to him?" I said, "Oh, he ran into the wall." I mean, he hit the corner of it, and it split like his head right there. I'm like, damn, I could have killed that dadgum kid.
God bless.
I said he was lucky to hit the wall that day.
Yeah,
But
that protected him for what you would have done to him, right?
But then that was it. I was so horrified after doing it. I never did that again. I never physically got my kids. But I tell you what, my one daughter Veronica was so, she would, if my wife left the house, she would lose her mind. Like she would run down the street in Illinois all the way to the stop sign. I don't want to stay with him. I mean, she'd be screaming, like the neighbors would be looking over at me like, what do you do to this kid? I'm like, I don't do anything. Just babysitting. Not doing anything. Yeah. She just wants to be with her mama because she's been with her mama forever.
That's suspicious right there.
Oh, man. No, nothing like that. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. We do appreciate it. To you and your families, do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. All right. Fun start to the Tuesday show and an interesting start to our Tuesday show. And we had an interesting moment at Steve Sarkisian's game week presser yesterday. We've got plenty of sound from that. More recap of Texas's 38-7 win over San Jose State. Also a little bit of a preview of this Saturday's tilt against UTEP. But Steve Sarkisian went viral yesterday, Buck. And he was asked about some of the faces that Arch Manning made during Saturday's game against San Jose State. And at times, the cameras caught him, and it looked like he was wincing in pain when he threw it. I'm not sure if you saw any of this, but there's been all sorts of rumors coming out about, hey, is he in pain? Is he hurt? What's going on with Arch Manning right now? At the presser yesterday, a student reporter asked Steve Sarkisian about that. And, well, this is one of the more interesting responses we've ever heard from Steve Sarkisian. Here is the Q&A from yesterday.
Arch Manning seemed to be having some throwing pains by the
According to
quarter.
who?
Arch.
Arch said that to you?
No.
Oh, according to who?
It just looked like he was.
He doesn't have any.
Is there an explanation to why it looked like that?
I don't know. I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Wow.
Any thoughts on that?
No, I don't know why the head coach had to go through. I mean, it seems like a silly question, but it seemed like a sillier answer. That's all I can say about that. Both question and answer were kind of goofy, I thought. You know, as a waste of probably 2 minutes of everybody's time.
That whole bit of sound was less than 30 seconds, so it was
okay. Well, that was a good waste of 30 seconds that nobody can get back.
Look, I think Arch Manning's fine. I thought he was fine. I didn't make too much of the faces that he was making during the game on Saturday because, well, he's a Manning, and the Mannings all make weird faces all the time.
Yeah, I just didn't know if he got, when that interception came before half that, I was wondering if he got his arm hit or his hand maybe was sore after that, because he did have somebody in his face that I think made contact with his hand or his arm. I thought maybe if it happened after that, or I don't remember before, I don't remember him making any faces. He just looks like, goofy football player. And I don't know. I don't know if he makes faces. Anytime those guys do touchdowns or do something good and they're flexing and doing stuff, they make, aha faces and things like that. I don't pay much attention to that.
No, he definitely makes some interesting faces when he throws the ball, right? Like there's no doubt about that, but that's something, I saw Hank South over at Horns 24/7, the guy who joins Chip and Zay every Tuesday. He actually did an article, writing about Arch Manning. And number one, he said that he talked to a team source and everything is perfectly fine. But he also went back and found some pictures of Arch Manning from his Isidore Newman days in high school. And there's some still shots of him making some weird faces when he throws. So, it's I'll pull up one of them here. Here's a side-by-side, the classic Eli Manning face on the left. And look, here's a face that Arch Manning made after a throw during the game on Saturday. And at one point, the ABC telecast showed a slow motion replay of just an Arch Manning pass, and they caught wind of this face that Arch Manning made. So everybody sees this in slow-mo and is like, that's not a normal face, is it? Like,
Is he just squinting? Has he got bad eyes? I mean, some of his
like,
accuracy right now, maybe he needs to get his eyes checked.
it's like most quarterbacks don't make that face when they throw the football, but a lot of people have weird faces that they make when they are straining or doing something
Sure.
strenuous, right? Like whether you're playing a sport or you're just trying to focus on a task that you're doing at your job, people make weird faces when they're working.
Or if you're taking a crap, like Sark was trying to let everybody know, I don't have a camera on you when you're taking a crap. Why don't you just say that? I don't watch you when you go to the bathroom. Why don't you say while you were taking a dump? That would have really gone viral.
Well, what is he saying? Like, is Sark saying that Arch is crapping his pants when he throws?
I don't know.
Like, why did he compare Arch Manning's face when playing football to the faces the media makes when they're dropping a deuce?
I don't know. That's what it sounded like. He was trying to say that I don't do that to you. Why are you thinking this guy's making faces? He just makes faces, I guess.
Yeah, that's what he could have said, or he could have said, like, I mean, I don't know every single face that you guys make. Like, I'm sure everybody makes weird faces at times in their life.
Yeah, I
like,
thought that was just
whatever.
a weird answer. Like that's just. I'm like, no, coach, you don't have to go through all that. Just say I don't check out you guys when you're writing your story, typing in your story on your computer. I don't have a camera I mean, really?
Yeah, like I know Arch hasn't been that great yet, but he's shitting himself out there. I don't think it's like that. Do you?
No, I don't think he's to the point of crapping his pants on there. I don't know though. Be careful of those tighty whities.
Right. Well, we would know with the white pants that Texas wears, if anybody did actually crap their pants or even piss their pants, I think we'd be able to tell right away. And I don't know how you'd be able to cover that one up, right? I mean, Paul Pierce once needed a wheelchair to avoid that being seen for doing that.
Well, that thing went viral. Just that goofy answer by Sark went viral.
Yeah. I mean, look, I've heard plenty of different ways that coaches have shut down rumors about their teams over the years. I'm not sure I've ever heard a coach bring up filming people in the bathroom before. That's a new one, Buck. And I think that's why it went viral. I don't think anyone's ever heard a coach talking about watching people in the bathroom when talking about one of his football players.
Yeah, like I said, that was a pretty simpleton question, and it seemed like a really simpleton answer, too.
I thought it was, look, I don't think the question was worded super well. I'm glad somebody asked it. Again, I don't subscribe to the theory that something is wrong with Arch Manning right now.
I mean, but you don't notice that if they don't make a big deal out of it, you never bring it up about the faces, do you?
No, I guess we haven't talked about it on this show, but yeah, I don't know. This is like the first time I think it's kind of blown up. Like, here's another throw from Arch Manning from Saturday's game. Like, that's little atypical face, I think. But I'm sure he's not the only quarterback who makes a weird face when he throws the ball. But that's, I don't know, Buck, you tell me, is that the type of face you make when you're taking a deuce? The head coach would like to know.
No, I look straight ahead and just tears come out of my eyes. That's about it.
Oh, you start crying? Are you in pain? Are they tears of joy? What kind of tears are we talking here?
Tears of joy. So I'm able to take a crap.
Yeah, you're so happy that you're able to have a bowel movement.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Breaking down the quarterback's faces seems to be a little much.
Yeah, well, that's what's happening right now. And
but the answer is even more.
Here's a picture from Arch's high school days at Isidore Newman, him making kind of an interesting face that looks like he is in pain right as he's throwing a football. So I don't know. Yeah, that went viral yesterday. And
well, let's get some T-shirts made.
I'm trying to think the face I make when I'm taking a crap. Next time I see Sark, I'll be sure to have that one ready for him.
This is me, Coach.
I'm like, I'll have a picture here. This is for you, Sark. He's like, what's this? Well, you were curious what I look like when I was dropping a deuce. Here you go.
Here it is.
I got you. Yeah, that was. I see why it went viral. That is a very unique answer. I've never heard a coach compare his quarterback play or a face his quarterback makes to a bunch of people taking a crap. But there we go. Steve Sarkisian.
Wow.
Hitting us with a new one right there. And I'm going to say this. I'm not trying to dunk on Arch Manning here. I'm still a big believer in Arch Manning. I thought he was so much better in week 2 than he was in week 1. There were a lot of positive signs from his performance on Saturday. And I think if he keeps progressing as much as he did from week 1 to week 2 in every week moving forward, then I think he's going to have a damn good year. But like last year, when Quinn was actually hurt, a lot of people didn't want to hear it. Like when he wasn't playing great, well, he's hurt. Well, I don't care. He's not good. Get him out. No excuses. He's out on the field. He needs to be playing better. And now this year, like Arch isn't hurt. When he hasn't played well, it's like, oh, he must be hurt. That's why he's not playing well. He must be hurt. Something must be wrong with him. It's almost like some using this very loosely, some people want him to be hurt so they can point to, here's why his first 2 games haven't been as good as the Heisman odds suggestion. So he's got to be hurt.
People overhyped a young guy who's never been the starting quarterback. That's just football. That's people that, that have some have been around the game long enough. Some haven't been around long enough. Some are just guess. I mean, it's just a guess. And you have all these high expectations of somebody who's never been in that spot before. I mean, he may have grown up in it, but he hasn't been in it himself. And now he's just learning. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, I think so. And look, I hope Arch is perfectly fine. I hope Steve Sarkisian is right. And I hope any rumor is unsubstantiated. But yeah, I mean, there's, I don't think there's anything to the Arch Manning injury rumors right now, which is a good thing.
No, now the kid that played last year was hurt and played hurt a lot.
Yeah. I mean, well, there was an actual moment where Arch Manning got hurt because he missed 2.5 games because of the injury. So like we knew he was actually dealing with something because he had to miss time for it. Again, right now we don't know anything about Arch Manning. All we know is that he says he's fine and the head coach says he's fine. And a couple of insiders say he's fine. So
he's just not as good he's not as good as everybody was advertising right now because he's just learning. So that's fine.
Yeah, he's learning.
And he's got these games to get better, which is a good thing.
For sure. I thought he took some big strides from game 1 to game 2. Of course, you consider the opponent. That definitely helps. But yeah, I think with more reps, the better Arch Manning will get, and he'll get plenty of reps against some weaker teams over these next 2 weeks to hopefully build up his confidence for SEC play.
And once again, when he struggles, as I said before, somebody else is going to have to share the load. The run game's going to have to share load. Running backs, wide receivers, when he does throw a good ball, are going to have to actually catch the ball because that's why they got scholarships. They didn't get scholarships just to come here to play on the football team, to run track on the football team and look good in a uni. They're here because they're supposed to be able to catch the ball. And so the defense, the stars on the defense have to set them up in good field position. They may have had a couple of turnovers. Maybe they need one more turnover. That's just a time where you have to pick that guy up because I think there's going to be plenty of times in his career where he picks up the team himself. I mean, he's got a lead, and I think he did a better job in the second week of leading the team, doing some things. And I think it'll get better every week.
Yeah, Arch Manning was the highest graded player on the Texas offense from the week 2 win against San Jose State.
Boy, that's how bad that was, huh?
Well, to your point, I think the rest of the offense needs to be better. Now, I don't make these grades. I don't know exactly how they work. To me, Parker Livingston was the best player for the Texas offense on Saturday. I mean, that guy is really good. Now, it takes the quarterback throwing him the ball for him to put up his numbers, so I understand that. But like Arch Manning had a much better game according to PFF. I mean, he had a much better game according to everybody. The stats show it, the eye test show it, whatever. But to your point about, I think he just needs more help. I mean, this whole offense right now is a huge work in progress. I mean, there's a lot of unacceptable things happening with this Texas offense right now, from the penalties.
To me, it's not very explosive, and that's going to be – they have to get explosive here over the next couple of weeks and find some guys that can help them out, or this is going to be a long year.
They doubled the amount of explosive plays they had from week 1 to week 2, so that was a positive.
And they should.
Which they should, of course. But, like, I don't think that's the biggest issue. I'm not going to disagree and say I don't want to see more explosive plays. Everybody wants more explosive plays, and we'll get Sark talking about that in a moment. But forget the explosive plays right now, Bucky. It's basic stuff that's plaguing Texas.
Oh, yeah, well, the one thing, the illegal procedures is going to plague them because they got some guys that aren't very sharp that just they're giving away. They're just giving away yardage. We've seen that for the last 2 years. That you'd think would be cleaned up, and it can go from like 4 to 1 maybe. Because I'm telling you, there's not going to be a time where you go through a game where it's not going to happen at least one time. There's going to be one goofball that does it. You may be in the fourth quarter with 2 minutes to go. Somebody's going to jump. That's just how I see that group. That's not. It's got a lot of new guys, but that's undisciplined football right there. You can't go through 2 of these years, and especially on the offensive line. I mean, come on, guys, really?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care too much about one false start. I care about the offense having 8 accepted penalties in a game.
Yeah.
And that was the case on Saturday. Obviously, the team had 12 penalties.
Yeah, I mean, holding
15
on
yards.
reverses, things like that. You get a good playoff right away, and you get a hold.
You had a holding penalty and a block in the back penalty called on a wide receiver in this game
Yes.
on Saturday. You had offensive linemen commit holdings. You had a chop. Buck, you had a chop block on a 1st and goal from the 1-yard line. And thankfully, Texas was able to score on the very next play after they got moved back 15 yards. But if you do some crap like that against Oklahoma, Georgia, whatever, that could cost you a game right there.
Yes, it could.
So, yeah, like the basic stuff. Again, I'd love to see more explosive plays, but like the penalties, the situational football, Texas, to me, Texas was 3 of 5 in the red zone on Saturday.
Only good penalty was going after the punter.
I don't know if that was a good penalty. Like I appreciate them trying to block a punt, but I wish they either blocked the punt or didn't rough the punter.
Hey, go after one again this week.
It's fine.
Go, hey, go ahead and take the leg out.
It's fine. Sweep the leg.
Sweep the leg if you have to.
Yeah.
But let's just go after them. Make them think about it.
The situational football for the Texas offense right now is non-existent, and it's taking them way too long to get out of the gates. They're struggling in the red zone. I mean, they were 2 of 12 on 3rd down on Saturday. Wow. And their average distance was 9.7 yards on those 3rd downs. So not only were they not winning on 3rd down, they weren't winning on 1st and 2nd down either.
Yeah, I thought that they were going to turn. I thought that in this game they would turn around and hand the ball off, and guys would be getting 7, 8 yards a clip. Yeah, no matter who the running back was.
I think, look, the good news is they took advantage of the turnovers, right? 21 points off of 4 Texas takeaways.
And that's what you're supposed to do, exactly.
The bad news is I think Texas had 11 offensive possessions that started at either midfield or on Texas's side of midfield, and the Longhorns scored points on just 3 of those drives. Now, I get it. You're not going to go 11 for 11. I don't care who you're playing against, but
you sure can go 7 for 11.
You had 6 punts, you lost a fumble, and you had an interception on those other 8 drives. So there weren't a lot of sustained long drives for Texas. Obviously, we didn't see those in week 1 either. So that's 2 weeks of football where Texas has struggled to showcase the ability to put together a good, or at least multiple good, consistent drives that have resulted in points.
I get nervous when they get to like the 15-yard line and in. I mean, I feel good that when they're out there at the 20, they can throw it in somehow. But the whatever they call, when they get in that 10, 15-yard range, I started getting worried about what's going to be called and what are they trying to do?
Yeah, I mean, how can you not be nervous about the red area offense with the last 2 years, but also the start to this year?
Yeah.
And I said it a moment ago, like, according to the actual statistic, Texas went 3 for 4 in the red zone on Saturday. But for me, Texas was 3 of 5 in the red zone on Saturday. You say, where's the difference? The Jarrett Gibson fumble on the last possession of the game.
Yes.
He fumbled the ball at the 15-yard line. That's in the red zone. That doesn't count as a red zone fumble because the ball was snapped at the 21-yard line on that play.
Yeah, but that sucker was in that scoring zone.
He was in the red zone. He had crossed into the red zone. Again, he was at the 15 when he coughed it up. That was a positive play, and then he lost it. Obviously, it was recovered by San Jose State. So Sark, he loves his stats about the red zone. He gets to say we were 3 of 4 in the red zone on Saturday, which is still
you'll hear that on Thursday.
Yeah, it's still, I don't think, is good enough against a team like San Jose State. You should be getting points on every trip into the red zone, really against anybody, but especially against them. But for me, they were 3 of 5 in the red zone, which means they are now 3 of 7 in the red zone this year. That's less than 43%, which puts them at 120th in the country in red zone offense, Buck. So they were 83rd, they were 89th in 2023. You're like, it can't get worse than that. They were 111th in 2024. Surely it can't get worse than that. Right now, they are 120th in the country. 2 games, a lot of football left, but through 2 games, it is still a problem.
Well, they've got the Sun Bowl group this week, and then they'll have the ghost of Sam Houston. They should get well here over the next 2. They should have been getting well last week.
All right, and the most important part of that Jared Gibson fumble, it cost Texas the chance to cover in that game.
Oh, yeah, because they were about to go. They were trying to get in.
Yeah, they were trying to get in, and they would have gotten in if they just held on to the ball.
They weren't running the clock out, that's for sure.
No, they had Matthew Caldwell in. They had a bunch of backups in, and they were trying to move the ball down the field and put it into the end zone. And
they just got to get better. I mean, like I said, they've got a couple games to get better. They got to get better as a group. And as you said, this is why you got these. This is why you have these games. And I'm glad they still played that first game, because that shows you they've got a chance. But boy, if they don't get better over the 3 weeks, and you come out of before you go to Florida thinking, yeah, they got a little bit better, but there's some things that they're still got to really improve on, which you won't know until they play a team like that again.
Yeah,
it's. I'm still going to stand by. They'll lose one more game than I thought they were last year.
Well, that's fine. I think any Texas fan would sign up for 10-2 with what we've seen from this team through 2 games right now. I mean, I would have signed up for it before the year, because that gets you into the college football playoff. And Ohio State's record last year was 10-2, and they won the national championship. Yeah. So get in the dance and give yourself a chance.
Yeah, they're borderline 3 losses.
Yeah, that's that. Like right now, at times they look like a 3-loss team, but I'm not changing my record prediction for the year.
Sure.
Like I still feel good about where they're at. And again, there's clear progression from week 1 to week 2. Yes, the opponent comes into factor, but yes, there was clear progression. So we want to see.
And everybody's trying to get better from these first couple games.
Hey.
Ask Georgia what it's like.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, there are some teams who lost last week, right? Like Florida lost to South Florida a week ago. I mean, we're not thrilled with everything Texas did. Oh, what about Clemson being down 16-0 to Troy at home in their game on Saturday? So
that's one of the ones. That's the score. When I saw it, I just couldn't believe that was really happening.
Yes, everyone's going through some growing pains right now. And
yep.
I mean, Penn State was up 10-0 at halftime against Florida International at home. Like everyone's going through a little bit of something. So
yeah, you start getting cruising. You can start getting to that 4th and 5th game, and you're still struggling. Look out. Now, you should have all the kinks should be out of there, except for the one that's not going to be out of there. Them jumping the gun is not going away, folks. Sorry. It's just a matter of how many times they're going to do it.
Yeah, if you tell me it's 1 or 2, I can live with it, but I can't live, and I know the coach can't live with 8 offensive penalties. And again, that's terrible. All right, we'll get to the coach, because Sark did take some blame, and he used a very interesting phrase when talking about his team's struggles from the discipline standpoint in the win on Saturday.
Do any potty phrases anymore?
No, I think only one potty reference yesterday. I think that was the end of the shit talk from Coach Sark. But we'll let you hear more from the head coach in a moment. But first, how about a first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, our friends over at Sue Patrick, which will be there tomorrow morning. They've been doing it since 1975. They got the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and even more. They have tons of Texas-themed gifts, items, books, and also a wide variety of men's and women's clothing. You've got the polo. Look, check it out. Playing golf today. I'm wearing my away game jersey today. Getting ready also, of course, for USA. Got to get Jay to give me some red, white, and blue over there for USA Ryder Cup as we get ready for the end of the month. But they've got it all at Sue Patrick. They offer free shipping on online orders over $59. And, of course, free curbside pickup. Plus, you get plenty of parking spaces at 5222 Burnett Road. There you'll find the Jellycat selection. You'll find all the great books. Hey, make your bed. Hey, kids, make your bed. This one is one that Buck hasn't got to yet, so sorry about that. I've read that book, but here's who I am. Conquering Crisis.
You read the book, Make Your Bed, yet you still don't make your bed, correct?
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
Correct. That's, everybody has a flaw. That's my flaw. I don't make my bed.
Yeah, that's
I don't make it at the hotel room. I don't make it at the house because I don't know how the pillows go at the house. You know what I mean? The 17 pillows that I only sleep on one, but there's like 17 of them on the bed. Yes, I don't know what to do. Also, this great book right here by Admiral William H. McCraven.
There you go.
Great book right here. Dealing with crisis, conquering crisis. They've got all that at Sue Patrick's. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Check out what I got this morning, sir.
Oh, the pop. Is that cherry Coke?
Little cherry cola.
Wow.
Rocking the cherry cola OLIPOP this morning. One of the 19 different flavors of OLIPOP that they've got. Love this stuff, man. This is one of my favorites right here. You see me, you see us drink OLIPOP all the time. We'll probably have some OLIPOP at Sue Patrick tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
This stuff is fantastic. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. This tastes just like a cherry Coke, but unlike the cherry Cokes that you've been drinking in the past, this one is actually good for your gut. Prebiotics, botanicals, plant fibers. I don't know what those words mean, but I do know they help support my digestive health. And I do know that when you drink OLIPOP, you're supporting your digestive health. So I got this at Target yesterday. They got it at Walmart, Costco, Whole Foods, HEB, wherever you buy your groceries. Next time you shop, switch it up. Make sure you shop OLIPOP.
No doubt about it. And folks, if you're coming into town for this game, don't forget Horseshoe Bay Resort. That is a great place. If you're coming in early, want to spend some time in Austin while the weather's the way it is, you want to get a couple rounds of golf, you can get it done at Horseshoe Bay Resorts for sure. Just go to hsbresorts.com. Find out more information about the great villas that they have for you to stay, 3-bedroom villas there, the 4 unbelievable golf courses, the great amenities that they have out there, the floating bar on Lake LBJ. Forget pedaling to the bar. We can just float out there on the lake. Plenty of water up there at Lake LBJ, but love the folks out at Horseshoe Bay Resorts, folks.
Yes, indeed. Also love the folks at McCall Custom Homes. If you're trying to upgrade your home here this fall, new kitchen, new bathroom, maybe you want to add some new life to your outdoor space. It's nice and cool this morning. Fall is right around the corner. You're going to want to be spending a little bit more time outside over these next few months. Perfect time to make the call to McCall Custom Homes and upgrade your outdoor setup. They're the best in the business, and they've been in business here in Central Texas for 40 years. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly special. The Buck has had work done at his place from McCall Custom Homes. Rodney has had work done at his place by McCall Custom Homes. We trust our places to them. You should too. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Right now, they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. Find out more at McCall.CustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly, 512-633-9580.
Nice.
All right. More sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday press conference. He took some blame for the penalties that Texas had on Saturday. Here's Steve Sarkisian talking about what went wrong from a discipline standpoint in the victory over San Jose State.
Where was our mental intensity? Where was our mental focus Saturday? I know human nature is what it is, and you come off of a really big game on the road for your season opener, and human nature is let's take a deep breath and relax. We don't get to relax. Our mental intensity needs to be as high as it needs to be. We need to play with the right type of discipline throughout the week on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. That discipline is what's going to lead to the proper habits of how we practice, which ultimately will lead to the consistency in our play, which will lead to the growth that all of us need to make. And so all that starts with me. I don't point the finger at anybody else but myself. We need to improve upon that, which we will. I think that because of those penalties, we put ourselves in some really difficult third downs. I think we had 12 third downs Saturday. 6 of those were 3rd and 9 or larger. And that's not a winning formula for success when you're trying to move the ball on a consistent basis. And so we've got to improve upon that.
Yeah, there's no doubt, because, when we talk to him on Thursdays or when we hear from him on Thursdays, it's like we had great practices. We did all these, we cleaned up a bunch of things. He says that to us. Then they get to Saturday, BK, and they get all these illegal procedures and holding and non-discipline, it's just a lack of discipline kind of penalties. And the head coach is going to put that on himself. He's not going to put that on the players. He's going to say, they're not disciplined because I'm not making them disciplined enough. That's on
Mhm.
me. I mean, I like when he takes that responsibility. That's got to be fixed. He understands once he gets to SEC play, so one of those things can lose you a game in the SEC, against an opponent that you're supposed to beat. Some of those things are holding on a punt return or something like that, or going for the punt and hitting roughing the punter. That costs you a game. That doesn't cost you yardage it costs you yardage against San Jose State and Texas El Paso and Sam Houston. That costs you a game against Mississippi State, Florida, and everybody else in the SEC.
Maybe it already did.
That. And he's putting that on himself.
Yeah, maybe that already did cost Texas a game, right? I mean, you look at Ohio State's first touchdown drive against Texas last week, you had 2 defensive penalties that kept that drive alive.
Hand to the face. I mean, those things like that, you can't have your hands up in there.
You lose a game by 7. Like, if that touchdown drive doesn't happen, look, that was early in the game. We don't know how the rest of the game would have played out, but like costly penalties on Texas gave Ohio State 7 points. They won that football game by 7 points. So to your point, you're playing a good team and you don't have your mental intensity right. And you do just slip up and make a mistake like that. It could cost you a game. You've already seen it once.
He's very reassuring on by Thursdays that mentally we've done this and we've done that. And that's the disappointing thing when you get to Saturdays and a guy jumps and you're watching TV and you're going, come on, really? We got a 3rd down and 4. Now we got a 3rd and 9. Really? I mean, those things just, and they drive you crazy because nobody's forcing you to do that. Once again, you're the guy who heard the snap count just 5 seconds ago in the huddle. You have the advantage. You know what they're going to do, or your wide receivers flinch, and it's like, come on, guys. Or you got an All-American with his hand up underneath the guy's face mask, up under his chin, when you can't do those kind of things.
Right. Yeah, and it's got to get cleaned up, and that human nature thing. I just don't. Again, I said this last week. Like, if Texas would have beaten Ohio State, I would have been worried that we would have seen the game play out the way that it did on Saturday, right? Because if you win that game in Columbus, you're still the number 1 team in the country. Everyone's giving you some love. You're the favorites to win the national championship. Everyone's talking about you and giving you love throughout the week on campus and everywhere you look. And then it's like, okay, you're playing a team like San Jose State. There's a natural letdown there. But when you lose that game, the way that you lost that game, you would think it's like you're chomping at the bit to get back out there.
Yeah, I'm not a human nature guy. I'm not a human nature guy. I want you to, if you have to be a robot, just if I tell you to do something, do it like a robot. Do exactly what I tell you to do. Do what you've been taught to do. Don't give me your human nature. Oh, I just let down because of who we're playing. No, I don't buy into that.
I don't know if it's the 11 a.m.
He doesn't really buy into it. That's what all coaches say.
I know. I don't know if it's the 11 a.m. kicks, which, look, Sark has talked a lot about loving the 11 a.m. kicks. So I don't think he can use that as an excuse. And he's not. I'm trying to speculate like why it's been 2 sluggish starts in a row for Texas, mainly on offense. The defense is
but we've seen some of the silly penalties in the middle of the afternoon at night games. We see them at home when they're not supposed to happen. Why are they happening at home?
Right. Yeah. The mental intensity. I mean, it's got to get better. It's got to get better for this Texas team.
Once again, that's what these games are all about. That's what you gotta understand that in a couple of weeks, that stuff has to come to a screeching halt, or you got a real chance of losing some games that you're supposed to win.
Yeah. Here's another one from Steve Sarkisian here talking about fixing up the fundamentals, right? There have been some fundamental breakdowns with Texas in these first couple of games. Here's Sark talking about the importance of that and also how they go about doing that.
It was all-encompassing. To me, as a team, I feel a little bit like, they know we have good coaches, and our players know we are going to scheme people up, and we're going to scheme up free blitzers. We're going to scheme up coverages to disguise and get hands on balls. We're going to scheme up plays to get people open down the field. I don't want our players relying on the scheme. I want our players relying on their fundamentals, their techniques, their details, and their effort. That coupled with scheme, that's when we become really dangerous. And so as coaches, maybe we pull back a little bit on scheme and we get back to fundamentals, technique, effort, details of how we execute plays. Then we can put those 2 things back together, and I think that's when we'll be at our best as a team.
Yeah, I don't see this as being a team that doesn't give you effort. I mean, I haven't seen any indications of that. They've been in 2 semifinals. They give you all the effort they can give. fundamentals, scheme, all that stuff. Dude, just give me just be able, if you're a receiver, if I hit you in the hands, you have to catch the ball. That's how you got to a place like Texas. That's why you got a scholarship here. That's why you're a 5-star or a 4-star or a 1-star because you can catch. I mean, that's what receivers do. They catch the football. They don't drop footballs. If you're the quarterback, your fundamentals have to be there or you're not going to be an accurate passer. Whether you are panicking in the pocket, you still have to keep what you have to do, your fundamentals correctly. That it's the scheme and all that stuff. You don't do all those things. This is at a level right now. There's a certain things that he's talking about right now that sounds like a team that's not been there before. You know what I'm saying? That's trying to get there, that's trying to learn. Your team knows. You've been to 2 semifinals. Your team should know how to catch. The guys that you put on the field right now should know the fundamentals of the game very well. Not just know the fundamentals, but they should be past the fundamentals. That they should be next level players. And some of your players that are supposed to be next level players aren't playing at the next level right now. And once again, you got a couple games to get that all fixed. Everybody will be making decisions and talking about it for the next 2 games. They can play a perfect game this week and then get against Sam Houston, and we can go back to the same old stuff. But it will matter after that. That's when it'll start to really, really matter, and people will really recognize it. But the coach recognizes it every day. But I don't know if you go back to having Wingo do more catches. That guy should have been playing catchy catch. That should be second nature this time in his career. Sophomore in college. Come on, man. Well, been doing that forever.
Let's you hear from Steve Sarkisian. You brought up Ryan Wingo, so we'll play this cut right now. Sark was asked a question about Ryan Wingo and his struggles early this season. He actually leads Texas in targets this year. He's been targeted 15 times, which is more than any other pass catcher, but he only has 6 catches, and there's been drops in there. There's obviously been some poor throws in there. There's been miscommunications in there. For whatever reason, Ryan Wingo is not having a great start to the 2025 season. Here's Steve Sarkisian talking a little bit about his struggles to this point.
I just think he's pressing a little bit. Ryan is like one of the most conscientious kids on our roster. He works really hard. Like nobody practices harder than this guy. He wants to do right. He's in the right spots. He wants to make all his plays. Sometimes, not trying so hard is the best avenue and just playing and relaxing and playing and he'll get there. I think that we all want him to get there sooner rather than later. And I know he does too. But again, I think that, taking a deep breath and letting the plays come to him, and not trying to go make it. I think on that, glance throw the other day, I think he was already thinking he was making the safety miss, like in his mind, because he's practiced it so many times. And sometimes it's, let's just catch the ball and go play. But again, he's a fantastic player. He's a great teammate. And we need him. And I think he understands that, and his rapport with Arch is really good. And so we'll find his niche. It's great for him right now that Parker's doing what he's doing, because that's getting a little bit of the attention off of him, and Parker's making his plays when they're coming to him. So that's a good thing.
Yeah. I'll say this about the guy that I coached named Ricky Williams. He was the most fundamentally sound guy that I've ever been around coaching. Him like Ricky and guys like Howard Griffith, they went out of their way to be so sound in catching a football or taking the right steps, and not, teaching those guys, don't take a drop step, because that's just, I'd rather for you to step right at the direction you're going. Don't drop step. I don't care what you see on TV. I take the quickest path is to take that steps toward, not that little drop or a misstep. And that guy was so fundamentally sound, and he worked at being the fundamentals of the game. You know what I mean? Angles of blocking and how he was going to pass protect and things like that. And then I also let guys know, if you can't do that, I'm always looking for somebody else. And I know, like you said, they can't win without that guy being good. Well, if I can coach another guy to do some of the fundamentally good stuff, that's going to get open. And when the time is to get open and just catch it, I don't care what he does after it. That's going to be my number one goal. My number one goal with a guy like that right now, BK, catch the ball, please. Yeah. Just catch it over and over. And Jugs machine. I don't care if I'm in the parking lot with you on Friday night before you go to bed at the hotel. We'll get under the lights and I'll throw some footballs to you, but that next day you got to be ready to go.
That drop was so frustrating. I mean, it was early in the game when it was 0-0 and the Texas offense was trying to get things going, number one. But also, like, Arch Manning really struggled on those crossing routes and those in-breaking routes against Ohio State. And it's something I think every Longhorn fan talked about leading up to game 2 was like, we need to see that improve. Like, that's a staple of this Steve Sarkisian offense.
Yeah,
we need to see Arch
Manning.
Right. We need to see Arch Manning be able to make those throws because they should be some of the easier throws that he makes. And he throws just a perfect pass to Ryan Wingo, who's wide open over the middle on one of those routes, and he just drops it.
Oh, the one that Wingo had that was behind him. In my mind,
there were a couple against Ohio State at his feet behind him. It's like,
and I was thinking, I said, you know what? You know who would make those catches? Matthew Golden would have grabbed that probably with one hand, brought it back to himself, as smooth as silk. You know, Wingo's is not, like I said, he's not a smooth guy. He's a big, strong, physical, kind of herky-jerky guy coming out of cuts and things like that. I mean, he's going to be a constant work. It's not going to be one of those, okay, he's there now, let him go. Oh, no, you're always going to have to coach that dude. Yeah. You're going to have to be on him, stay on him. I mean, Chris Jackson knows by now that he's got to be on him all the time. You know, I don't care if it's a catching drill and he drops one at a catching drill. He's got to be on his ass about that drop. No, you're good enough to make that catch. It's out in front of you a little bit. No. Don't come back and say, oh, he's got to throw a better ball. No, you got to make that catch. Those are some of those simple things with him. He will always have to be on. He's not there yet, BK. Everybody thinks he's like, oh no, he's this great. He's not. He's not.
Nobody thinks that right now. We might have thought it going into the year, but nobody is like Ryan Wingo, some sort of great receiver. He's
not struggling. A polished guy. We got to keep on him. He can become a polished guy, but it's going to take a lot of coaching with him, and that's okay. They got time.
Yeah, they got time. It's
but in the process, you know what I'm doing as a coach? I'm looking for the next guy that may not be as talented, but I know if the ball comes to him, he's got it.
Yeah, well, Parker Livingston's this team's number 1 receiver right now. So we mentioned Ryan Wingo leads Texas in targets through 2 games. I think Livingston should be the guy who gets more targets than anybody else right now until.
Well, and some of these young guys that are getting in these games now are going to build their confidence, and they're going to make catches in these Texas, El Paso, Sam Houston games where the quarterback is going to say, Coach, can we bring in such and such in these SEC games? I trust that he'll catch that ball. We've been working on this pattern. He'll do a great job. You're going to get some of that happening soon.
Maybe. Yeah, I think Texas needs Ryan Wingo for this offense to reach its full potential, but they obviously don't need this version of Ryan Wingo. They need the guy that we saw flashes of last year, and again, the guy that we expected to see this year.
Yeah, and if that guy's got to be your reverse guy 2 times a game, 3 times a game, fine with me. I love him when he's got the ball and running with it.
Right. Yeah, it's he can catch those. He can catch the handoffs.
Yeah, he can. When they flip it up in the air to him, he doesn't seem to drop those. Yeah,
sorry, Ryan, that was mean. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Michael B says Mosley and Lockett. Yeah, I mean, look, Texas getting Emmett Mosley the 5th back, I think will help, even though we haven't seen him in a Longhorn uniform. We saw what he did last year at Stanford. I think that will definitely provide a spark for this offense. And
does it sound like they're just waiting for him till the SEC?
Yeah, I mean, I do think he's hurt. Like, I don't think it's I think they'd like to see him out there because, he hasn't played a game in this offense yet. He hasn't played a game with Arch Manning yet. So I think they'd like to get him some reps if they could. So I do think he's actually dealing with something because he hasn't been practicing a whole lot either. But the good news is it does sound like he's trending to be ready for SEC play. Hopefully he's ready by next Saturday. Hopefully he's ready by this Saturday. But, hopefully he can play 1 non-conference game. But we might have to wait until October to see Mosley make his Longhorn debut.
Yeah, and BK, remember we watched CeeDee Lamb have these things, and this guy
don't compare Ryan Wingo to CeeDee Lamb, please.
No, he was a phenomenal, but he's had his time where he, we thought, damn, that ball is an easy catch for him. He's dropped the ball, but now that guy makes 1-fingered catches, on all kinds of balls. He's in a different world right now. Maybe just, as I said, constantly keep coaching him. You can't. I mean, that's too much talent to not coach.
Right. No doubt. All right, we'll take your thoughts. So we're about to talk to Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered. We'll get Chris's thoughts on the way the Longhorns have looked through 2 games. CP was also at the Oklahoma-Michigan game in Norman on Saturday night. So we'll get his breakdown on how the Sooners looked, and we'll just go around the SEC, some of the biggest storylines in the league through the first couple of weeks of the year. But before we catch up with him, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at Tony C's Pizza, Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving New York-style pizza and Italian cuisine right from the Ciola family's cookbook. Love Mr. C, of course, and the Ciola family and Tony C's has been in the Bee Caves area for over 15 years. 2 for Tuesday. BK is 2 for Tuesday, 2 for the price of 1 pies over at Tony C's Pizza. Head on by there. Don't forget, tomorrow is Unwind Wednesday. We're half-price bottles of wine, but it's all about the pizza. Coal-fired pizza just for you. As I said, New York style. You can get that all at Tony C's Pizza. Locations, Highway 79 in Round Rock, Anderson Lane, and in Bee Caves.
Yes, indeed. Love Tony C's. Now a word from our great friends at AV Consultations.
This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Yes, indeed. Love AV Consultations. Also love Altstadt Beer, the best beer. Oh, my gosh. The best beer that you could find in the world. And we're just lucky enough to have it right here in our own backyard. Brewed locally in Central Texas, but available all across the Lone Star State. So when you're hitting your favorite bars and restaurants for football season, make sure you're asking your bartenders, waitresses, waiters, servers, whoever for Altstadt Beer. They've got a bunch of different brews as well. If you're a lager fan, if you're a Kolsch fan, if you like the Hefeweizen, if you want the darker Oktoberfest beer, if you want a light beer, whatever, something for everyone. They're all fantastic. This is the only beer I drink. When I go out, I'm always asking for Altstadt. If they don't have Altstadt, I'm going to liquor.
There you go.
I don't know if that's a good strategy.
There you go.
And I don't know if they want me saying this, but it's a German beer so good, a Jew will promote it.
Now you got to drink. Drink up, kid.
Altstadt Beer, no impurities, no regrets, Buck.
Now, did Sark say anything about Trey Wisner, about anybody ask him about, is he ready to go?
Yeah, and I didn't cut it up, but I can tell you, Sark said that Trey Wisner is likely doubtful for this coming weekend. So yeah, I don't expect to see Trey Wisner play on Saturday against UTEP. Okay. Again, I think it's a situation like everyone is saying that this is an injury that Wisner was dealing with in the offseason. So it's not something that happened in the game against Ohio State. It's something that happened before then. And Ohio State, you're going to play through the pain. You're going to play all of your best guys. I think it sounds like a hamstring issue. And, with those soft tissue injuries, you can aggravate them at any time. So they're trying to.
You don't need that.
Trying to rest him up as much as they can for conference play. So, yeah, Sark called Trey Wisner doubtful. I'm sure he'll get asked about it on Thursday, and maybe we'll get a different answer then. But usually Sark is if he says something like that, the writing's kind of on the wall that guy's not going to play this week. So it'll be C.J. Baxter and Christian Clark and Jarrett Gibson, and those will be your top 3 running backs in this game against UTEP, you would think. God, that Jarrett Gibson fumble. By the way, Chris is restarting his Mac for those of you who are waiting for him. Computer issues. He'll be on in a moment. But that Jarrett Gibson fumble was sad, man. Like I really want that guy to be a big part of this offense. I think he's a fan favorite, and we saw some good things from him last year, especially early in the year. But ball security issues plagued him and cost him some reps in 2024. And the fact that, in the first game he plays in 2025, like he's trying to get back in the good graces of the coaches and trying to earn some playing time in a very crowded running back room. That red zone fumble was tough to see.
Yeah, I don't notice the head coach saying, I think he's trying too hard.
No. Yeah, I trying too hard. That's to me, it's like try harder.
Yeah, that's exactly
You're not doing good enough. Try harder. But I get it. People could press. That's a real thing. People could press, and we'll see. I don't know what it's going to take.
You don't get the press as a running back. You don't get to drop it on the ground. That's the only thing. You can press all you want, but if you can't catch and you fumble, you get to do all the pressing you want in the weight room or on the bench somewhere.
Yeah, well, I'll say this, and we'll bring on Chris Phillips here in a moment. We'll play this bit of sound a little later, but I don't know if you noticed this, Buck. Colin Simmons was benched at the start of the second half. Remember, he committed 3 penalties in the first half, 2 offsides and then a roughing the passer penalty. He got benched at halftime. He didn't start the game with the defense in the third quarter, and he played, and no penalties in the second half, and he actually had the half sack that he recorded in the second half.
Interesting.
So maybe message received right there, like, hey, dude, you make these mistakes. I don't care that you're a preseason All-American. If you're doing stuff that's costing the team, we're going to punish you a little bit. So maybe that's going to be the strategy for some guys. Ryan Wingo, perhaps.
My deal is try harder.
Just I don't care how hard you try, just make it happen. That's all I care about.
Yeah, we don't really care.
Play better. All right. One of our favorite segments each and every week is when we get to chop it up with our man Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered. They're doing phenomenal work covering the entire conference all year round. Y'all make sure to subscribe to SEC Unfiltered on YouTube or wherever you get your podcast. Let's bring him on. Our man Chris Phillips from SECU. CP, what's going on this morning, brother?
DK, Bucky, I appreciate y'all having me on, man, especially after having such a great weekend in Norman. I wasn't sure, honestly, this week after I gave it such a glowing review if I was still going to be welcome on the air. But no, doing well, man. Great weekend of football. Obviously, no such thing as a quote-unquote sleepy slate in college football. So I think that was proven this past weekend, and week 3 is setting up to be another good one.
What impressed you about the Sooners over the weekend?
Oh, listen, man, the same thing that impressed me about Texas. It was the people.
Go. No, stop. You can stop there.
No, listen, the hospitality was great. I told you, man. That's what happens when you start pitting these fan bases against each other. They start.
It must be Oklahoma Fair Month or something there.
I don't know. Maybe I just ran into the right crop. So I tell you what, I'm really excited for the Red River Shootout because I'm going to have some friends on both sides that we're going to have probably some uncomfortable conversations, or at least I'm going to be put in a weird spot either way, or a great spot, however how you look at it. But no, listen, it was awesome. I will say this. I think a lot of SEC folks, maybe even including myself a little bit, you just forget how much tradition Oklahoma has till you go there. Like it's, I mean, the Heisman Trophy winners, the coaches, the national titles. They got a great program, man. I mean, I know that, right now they're kind of trying to find themselves a little bit, and they're hoping they did Saturday night, but it was awesome. I mean, I thought Norman was cool. It's a cool college town. Love the setup of it. Stadium's gorgeous. Like I said, the fan base showed out. And the people I was around, at least, were very hospitable. So got to play at Toby Keith's golf course on Friday, and that kind of got the weekend really going. And we were off and running from there, and so it was.
We're not treating them right enough, BK. Something's going wrong. This is way over the top.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, you're not on SEC Unfiltered, all right? You don't need to cater to the Oklahoma fans.
No,
Tell it how it was. Man. You can dunk on those weirdos with their light beer.
Hey, I'm just pumped to see the Red River Shootout because we confirmed that we were going, by the way, on the trip because
nice.
It kind of made me think. I was like, man, I don't know. I think OU Texas or Texas OU would be fun in a home and home, but the Cotton Bowl is pretty special from what I've been told. So I'm excited to see it. It only made me more excited to see what that's all about, man. I've heard from both sides. I mean, obviously I saw Texas week 1, OU week 2, and it's funny how both sides, even in weeks 1 and 2, talked about how incredible Red River Shootout is. So it's that game just means more in a conference that says it means more.
How did you like their defense? I mean, we knew their defense was good last year. Are they just as good this year when you watch them play?
Yeah, a lot of attitude. They
look physical.
Yeah, and I mean, I think too they look the way they should against a true freshman quarterback making his first start in an environment like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about going in, that we use the term must win so much that sometimes that term loses its luster. Technically, was it a must win? It wasn't an elimination game, but it really felt like a need to win for Brent Venables and company. Like if you were to allow Bryce Underwood to come in and look comfortable and dice you up on your home field, that wasn't going to be a good look at minimum, right? And the pressure certainly would have been on. But, are they better than last year? I think it's a wait and see thing. I think they very well could be, to be honest with you. I really do. love what they've got up front with R. Mason Thomas. Kip Lewis is the leader of that defense. He is the guy in the middle that makes that thing go. But yeah, they got after him. I mean, it's, again, what you expect when you're playing a young quarterback. And Bryce Underwood's going to be very good. He's extremely talented. I was about 20 rows up from the field on the Michigan side. Got to get a pretty good look at him. And, I mean, he's a specimen. Like, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
But, I mean, guys, I think one of the themes early on in this season, we've seen young quarterbacks struggle on the road in their first big-time tests. I mean, that was the thing that jumped out to me. I was like, I just saw Arch Manning endure sort of this same thing against a really good defense. Maybe not the level that, right, Bryce Underwood, I don't know if Oklahoma's quite level of Ohio State's defense, but you guys get what I'm saying. So I'm like, if Arch has got to go through his growing pains, I'm like, I think Bryce Underwood's probably got to go through his. And that's something, just looking ahead to week 3, sort of worries me about Georgia. It's like, is it a rite of passage where Gunnar Stockton's going to have to go through his too on Rocky Top? So anyways, no, it was a great night for the Sooners. Defense looked really good. John Mateer and company on offense did just enough. And I think big difference was the line of scrimmage. They've taken a step forward, obviously, on the offensive line, and the defensive front's as good as it was last year, if not better.
Yeah, Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered joining us on Bucky and BK. There was a lot of good from the SEC in week 2. We'll get to that, but we got to start with the bad. What happened to Florida, Chris? I mean, that's – they played Long Island in week 1, but 55-0. They look good. Obviously, a preseason top 15. They finished last year strong. Billy Napier comes back, and a lot of people think Florida is a dark horse team to make it to the college football playoff. And then as a near 3-touchdown favorite, they go out and lose at home to a directional school in South Florida. Your thoughts on what you saw from the Gators last week, and what's your prognosis for them going forward?
Yeah, they'll tell you that Billy Napier happened. I mean, here's the thing. They're going to bounce back because that's what they do under Billy Napier, right? They're not just going to die off and season's over. I fully expect this weekend at LSU, you're going to see a team give its best effort, take LSU down to the wire. I don't think they win, but I think the spread right now is 8.5. I hammered Florida. I think they will bounce back in a big way. The roster's still full of talent. Yeah, what happened against USF? I mean, listen, I'll give the Bulls credit. That's a really good G5 team. I'm fascinated by what happens this weekend against Miami. Are they able to make it another big win? If they do, that team should be in the top 10 at minimum. But, yeah, for Florida, I mean, I talked to some folks down there, guys, because admittedly, I'm in Norman. I didn't get to watch every snap. I did go back and try to watch as much as I could. But the way they summarized it was everything went wrong. The play calling was bad. The execution was bad. The, playing assignments was bad. The discipline. You have a guy spit on a guy, right? Like, it just – everything that could go wrong did go wrong, and it kind of encapsulated what's gone wrong in the Billy Napier era. So it's weird because we were in this exact situation last year, darn near a year ago to the date, where you're asking yourself, how in the world is Billy Napier going to survive? How is he going to save his job? And that's why I think you don't make a move right now. I'm not saying you fire the guy today, but I really think you have to look in the mirror and ask yourself, is Billy Napier the guy to get Florida football to where they want to go and where they feel like they deserve to be? Like, I mean, if you look at that Gator logo, just like so many others in the SEC, there's a lot of pride in that logo. This is not a program that, I mean, this program, how we grew up with it, right? Like, they won national titles. They win SEC titles. That's kind of the standard they hold themselves to. I just don't believe Billy Napier's that guy, guys. Like, I don't think that's even remotely a hot take. So I'm not saying that Billy's a bad man or that he's even done like a terrible job, but there's just some loose ends that, continue to not be fixed. And he's also made the decision that I appreciate betting on yourself, but refuses to hire an OC. Offensive play calling continues to be a problem. At some point, man, something's got to give. That vicious cycle needs to end. I think it more than likely will. And barring a big turnaround. I mean, listen, and here's the issue though, if they go 9-3, let's say, which is what they were expecting, and I think their standard was. But if they go 9-3, you still in the back of your mind are probably going to know, I don't know that he's really the long-term answer here. But he did get to 9-3, so we got to bring him back. So I don't know. You hate to overreact one way or the other, but hard not to after you lose to South Florida in the swamp.
Chris, the Georgia still trying to find its way, which is hard to believe that they're still just like looking. They will eventually get to where they, game 4, game 5, where they get it cranked up. But they're still just kind of tippy-toeing a little bit on both sides of the ball. Playing Austin Peay and only hanging like 28 points on them when they could have hung 70 on them. They look like they're just – and they're not worried. They're not worried about score. They're not worried about Kirby Smart doesn't seem to be the guy that worries about putting 60 on somebody. He wants his team to be ready to go, properly prepared for, SEC. And they look like they're just doing that week by week. And it's not about the score. It's about the team.
Yeah, it's why in week 1, Bucky, I thought that, and it played out this way, Marshall plus 39.5 was such a good bet. Kirby Smart is now 0-13 as a 38-point or more favorite in any game. So he's always won, but 0-13 against the spread, I should say. Yeah. So you're right. They don't go out there trying to score 50 or 60 or kind of pull a Lane Kiffin and score 100. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think there are some things to be concerned about a little bit with Georgia. The play of Gunnar Stockton and, what his ceiling is, I think, is one. But at the same time, guys, like I'm not going to hit any sort of panic on Georgia until I see them. So we'll be there this weekend on Rocky Top watching that Georgia-Tennessee game. And Georgia's my pick, and I got Georgia to cover. I just Kirby Smart company will have to prove it to me until I doubt them. I trust Kirby. Yeah. I do. Listen, do I think Gunnar Stockton's a world beater back there at quarterback? Not necessarily. Last year they needed to run the football. This year, they have to run it. They have to. If you're going to go ask Gunnar Stockton to go win the game, I don't know how much success you're going to have in doing that. But they seem to be doing a better job at running the football. A guy like Nate Frazier back there, they're deep in the running back room.
Can they catch the ball? They got guys that can catch.
Yeah, they're much better at wide receiver. Yes, Zachariah Branch, Colby Young back from his troubles. Yeah, they are much better at the wide receiver position specifically. The tight end room is still one of the best in the country, and then it's Georgia defensively, right? They're going to be elite. So again, we will learn a lot more this weekend. That's what I'm excited about because, admittedly, guys, Marshall, Austin Peay, it's just not a lot. And I think the thing too that with all these teams, it's hard for complacency not to set in. These are 18 to 22-year-old kids. They hear all week on social media they're supposed to kill XYZ team, that it's not going to be a game, it's a cupcake. So it's human nature inevitably sets in where it's like, what type of effort are guys giving? It's not going to be the same as when you go to Knoxville to take on the balls, right? So I'm excited to see just what this Georgia team's all about. Tennessee's got questions too. Is Joey Aguilar really him? Is Joey Aguilar really that guy? So it's going to make for a fascinating game, but I'll tell you this, that the spread, I think, opened at 8.5 or 8, somewhere around there, and it continues to plummet. Georgia now just a 3.5-point favorite. I'll take the dogs, guys. I just – listen, some coaches have others' numbers. Kirby Smart has had Josh Heupel and Tennessee's numbers. So Tennessee very well could happen. It could. Maybe this is the year they finally break the streak because Georgia's won 8 in a row. I just have to see it to believe it.
Wow. I saw the line at 3.5. I didn't realize it opened close to 8. That is insane. Yeah,
it's plummeted. It is plummeted.
I'm going to wait as long as I can then to call the cousin to put some money on Georgia. Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered joining us here on Bucky and BK. Chris, when the schedule came out, we're looking at October 25th, Texas taking a trip to Starkville. Hey, that's an easy win. You don't get too many easy road wins in this conference, but it's Mississippi State. They didn't win a game in the SEC last year. They're the worst team in the league. And then they go out on Saturday and take down Arizona State. Are you buying into Mississippi State at all, or is that just kind of, hey, everything went right for them on Saturday night?
Well, yeah, BK, I told people before the season I thought they'd get somebody. I wasn't sure who it was. I picked Tennessee, and I caught a lot of flack from Vols fans, but the point was they were going to get somebody. I thought this team was going to be improved with the healthy Blake Shapen, the 1-2 punch of Bothwell and Booth in the backfield. I think the thing that's most encouraging is it looks like they got a defense with a pulse. And that's the biggest difference maker because I think they've got other weapons, like I mentioned, on offense at receiver with Thompson and Evans and Williams and a couple other guys. So I'm buying Mississippi State in regards to being better than they were last year. Now, are they going to win much more than 5 or 6 games? Probably not. right? I mean, they're going to start the season 4-0. Now, what happens when you get into SEC play is the big question. But I'd be willing to bet you they win at least one SEC game. I believe they do have Kentucky on the schedule. So that'll more than likely be a win, although I will say this, Kentucky, I thought gave a really spirited effort. Actually, they don't have Kentucky. That's of course because they have like the toughest schedule in like the history of college football. They're at Arkansas, though, winnable game. At Florida, all of a sudden winnable game. Heck, Tennessee at home to open SEC play, I still think is a winnable game. At Mizzou, but you're right, that game against Texas, I mean, I still look at it as a game Texas should win, but you're right. I mean, you go in there with the Cowbells. I believe that Mississippi State, they've got Florida beforehand, so it's kind of right there in the middle of their schedule. Again, Texas will be favored. They should be favored. It's a game they should expect to win, but all of a sudden, Mississippi State has become dangerous. So, I think getting to a bowl game still for them would be great. Like I said, you're going to start 4-0, but the SEC schedule such a gauntlet week in, week out. But again, I think this team showed you can beat a team in Arizona State that was in the playoff last year. I think there's some very winnable contests down the stretch. You just hope your team isn't one of them. So I think Texas should still win, but the state team is going to be fun.
Chris, back-to-back years for Vandy, I was waiting for the Cinderella to turn back into a witch or a pumpkin or a duck or something. They don't seem to be turning back into one. They seem to just continue. Their coaches, that guy's a good coach. I mean, he can coach it up. He can coach some defense, and this quarterback is good. He's pretty good, but they continue to put numbers up on no matter who. I mean, they go on the road to Virginia Tech. That's kind of a tough place no matter what. And you double them up. That's pretty good football right there by Vandy.
Listen, Bucky, living in Nashville, the city's buzzing. The city's buzzing right now, man.
No.
Diego Pavia mania has struck. You know what I love about all this, selfishly? I love that Pavia spent the whole offseason talking trash and everybody talking trash back to him and about him, only for them to start 2-0. I love it. I think it's awesome. I think it's great. And then listen, I mean, you're right. Everybody's kind of waiting on Vandy to turn, and they very well could, right? Like they get in SEC play, they could get smacked around. A lot of teams are going to have something for them, quote unquote. But it also kind of goes to show that some of that lip service we love to say as media and people that talk about ball that makes us feel better that they're not going to sneak up on anybody. I don't think they ever considered they were going to sneak up on anybody. They just think they're going to beat them. So it kind of we say some stuff that makes us feel a little bit better, but at the end of the day, like it's kind of just jargon and doesn't really mean a whole lot. I mean, Virginia Tech, they didn't sneak up on Virginia Tech. They just beat them at their place, and they beat the brakes off of them. So when you have a guy like Diego Pavia that has that relentless belief in himself and his team, I think that's infectious and spreads to your teammates. They've also got other guys playing good football. Like their defense, Clark Lee, like you mentioned, he deserves a ton of the credit for building this thing up on the defensive side, both lines of scrimmage. I mean, they rushed for what, like 250 yards against Virginia Tech? I mean, I don't remember the last time Vandy rushed against a Power 4 team of that caliber and pushed them around.
Yeah.
They did it at Bama last year too. Like that's just not typical Vandy. So you got to give Clark Lee tons of credit. They had guys at the skill position step up. Cedric Alexander had a good game. I mean, Eli Stowers is obviously Eli Stowers. Junior Sherrill at wide receiver played really well. So I tell you what, they've got a fascinating contest Saturday at South Carolina. Guys, Vanderbilt has not beaten South Carolina since 2008. I mean, let's just think about where we all were in 2008.
Wow.
Right? It's been quite a while. So, and the spread in that one's dropped a little bit. That's down to 5.5. It opened up around a touchdown. So money coming in on the doors. So no, I mean, we're only 2 weeks in, but for them to be sitting at 2-0, great story thus far. It's interesting because South Carolina and Vandy have a common opponent with Virginia Tech. And we saw how the Gamecocks beat them, but kind of struggled a little bit. And then Vandy, what they did, the way they pummeled them. I mean, what does it really mean? I don't know. But, they're just a fun group, man. They're a fun team. They're still probably going to be around a 6-6, 7-5 team realistically with just the schedule and everything. But then again, doubt Diego Pavia at your own risk.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
37 carries, 261 yards for Vanderbilt on the road at Virginia Tech. Impressive showing from them. All right.
Hey, that might have to be the trip to Austin at this point. We'll just come down there when Vandy comes to Austin.
Hey, come on. I love it.
Pavia's will bring the party.
Did you go to that game last year in Nashville?
Yes, that was.
Okay.
Yep, you're right. That
I was
was
gonna
Vandy,
say, I
Texas.
feel like
You're
I remember
correct.
you being at that Longhorn
that
game
was
up there.
pre-living in Nashville too. So
there you go. All right, last one for me, CP. Another big game in the SEC this weekend. Texas A&M in South Bend to take on Notre Dame. The Aggies 2-0, 2 wins over Cupcakes. Notre Dame did not play last week, right? They lost on that opening Sunday to Miami. They had a bye in week 2. The Irish 5.5-ish point favorites right now. This was a close game last year in College Station. Notre Dame pulled away late. They won. Do you give the Aggies any chance to spring the upset this Saturday night?
boys, I give the Aggies a chance. I've taken them plus 6.5, and I'm also picking them to win straight up. I think A&M.
Wow.
I think A&M finally. I think they're ready for that breakthrough moment. And these aren't the games that we worry about, right? It's the games that A&M's supposed to win. That are do they show up and they lay an egg in those? No, I think Mike Elko is going to have this team ready to play. I like what I've seen from Marcel Reed at this point in the passing game. The receiver room is electric. It's one of the best, I think, in the SEC. The offensive line is old. It's veteran. The running back room is elite. I think Notre Dame's got a really, really good defense. I think it's going to be a fun matchup across the board. The battle of these running games, Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price on the Notre Dame side. I don't know, man. Something to me screams Texas A&M. I think A&M, like I said, last year going in this game, I most notably said that I didn't think they were ready from, game one of a new head coach. I just didn't think they were quite ready to go out there and beat the caliber of a team like a Texas A&M that early on. I think they're ready this go around. I do. I think Cassius Howell has another big game. I think he's an impact player for them off the edge. Obviously, Torian York at linebacker, I think, is one of the most underappreciated players in the SEC. What does Notre Dame have with C.J. Carr? I think there's still some uncertainty there. A lot of this game obviously does come down to Marcel Reed and the way he plays, but I like what I've seen early. So give me the Aggies, not only to cover, but to win.
You are absolutely going to light this board up with this Aggie and Sooner talk.
I know. I realized I'm like, man, I'm really listen, if y'all want to talk Poopgate, we can. I mean, if y'all want to talk about Arch Manning and whatever he's grimacing about, I'm more than welcome. But I figured you wanted to stay away from that.
Yeah, tell us, Chris, what your face looks like when you're taking a shit. Does it look something like this?
I mean, really?
From what I've been told, he just has Manning face, which is just they all look really ugly when they throw the ball. So here's the issue. It's not that he made that face when he threw the ball. It's that he made that face when he threw the ball and he skipped it to the wideout. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem. I saw him skip it a few times in week 1. So no, I'm really glad that nobody can film me, you, or anyone else while we're in the bathroom doing our business. Sark with one of the all-timers in the presser. I mean, I think even as a Texas fan, you got to kind of scratch your head and be like, huh, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know where that came from. I don't know. That's when you're under the heat of fire, I guess sometimes things just come out that you kind of trying to grab back at. You wish you could, I don't know. I mean,
my last
I
question for you, Chris,
I don't know what he's talking about.
The last question for me is the Missouri Tigers with the kid from Penn State at quarterback. They look a little bit different. Last year their quarterback was supposed to be so good, but they didn't have the running game to go along with it. They've got some pretty decent defense. Can this kid make a difference for Mizzou?
I think so. I mean, listen, their offense right now looks dynamic. Did it against Kansas. I think that the schedule, we'll see once they get SEC play. They got South Carolina coming in. Like we talked about how well the schedule sets up for them. Don't leave Como till October the 18th. But no, specifically Bo Prabula. I think he's a dude. I really do. He looked really good on Saturday. The running game to me is what looks awesome with Ahmad Hardy at the running back position. But no, so far so good with Bo Prabula, guys. I mean, I think right now Mizzou is averaging something like 575 yards a game on offense. Granted, again, week 1 they played the school of the deaf and the blind. I totally get that. But no, he looks fantastic. So that was a huge win, especially the way they started. I believe down 21-6 in that game. And, really after that, I mean, they came back and it was sort of a blowout if you look at the way they outscored them and the game played out. But, 30 for 39 for 334 and 3 touchdowns. That'll play against anybody. But, again, the fact they ran for 261 yards and set the tone on the ground. A week after the offensive line looked like it struggled against Central Arkansas, I thought that was the big difference.
Right.
There we go. All right, Chris, last thing. We'll let you promote. What do you guys have going on SEC Unfiltered? Spread the word to our TSU audience.
Yeah, BK Bucky, I appreciate you guys, man. It's always a pleasure. Yeah, we're rocking and rolling, content bleeding out of the eyeballs. So we've essentially this football season rolled out sort of a new football specific show, live show, if you will, Sunday, Monday, and Thursday nights called the Overtime Drive, just essentially under the SEC umbrella, myself, Cole Thompson. So that's Sunday, Monday, Thursdays at 8 p.m. Central. Outside of that, we're doing kind of our normal deal with previews, predictions, all of our other content bleeding out of the eyeballs, whether it's on YouTube, podcast, social media, our website, secunfiltered.com. Obviously, the tour continues to roll on. I'll be in Rocky Top this weekend for the Tennessee-Georgia game. And, yeah, we're off and running, man. It's a lot of fun. So great time of year. And, yeah, I really appreciate you guys having me.
No doubt, bro.
Always good to have you, man.
Appreciate you joining us.
I promise not as much positive Sooner talk next week. I promise.
Yeah. Well, if they lose to a Temple in Philly, then
yeah,
I want to hear from you about how bad they are.
Oh, you will. Trust me, you will.
You're the man, Chris. Talk next week, brother. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, there he goes. Chris Phillips, SEC Unfiltered. He's right, doing great work, talking about the entire conference over there on SECU.
And that SEC Talk's brought to you by HorseshoeBayResorts.com, HSBResort.com, folks.
Any big takeaways from anything that Chris had to say?
He's really impressed by OU. He thinks both lines of scrimmages are really, really good.
Man, I was super impressed by Michael Fasusi.
Yeah, I'll tell you this about OU, BK, and what I saw is the fact that, they got these quick twitch guys on defense, and they just show up where the ball is. When you look at plays and you're trying to find out the linebackers and some of these down linemen, from sideline to sideline, they all show up in a pile. They are there. And boy, they hit hard and they get to the ball hard. I'm still not quite sure their run game. Their run game is about their quarterback right now. And until they get that going, that's a little guy to, it's only going to take one or two big hits in the SEC where he doesn't get down, where he wants to be an athlete and tries to make a guy miss and somebody clocks him from the backside or whatever. That's the one I worry about with him. Some big guy laying on him and driving him into the ground. But he's their guy right now. They just don't run it that well.
Some big guy laying on his backside and driving him into the ground.
Yeah, that's what I worried about because he looks slight of built.
He's a gamer, man. John Mateer is a gamer.
Yeah.
And I think we knew that. I should say the people who watched him play last year at Washington State knew that going into this season. But for a lot of folks,
he's a lot like the kid from Illinois. He runs around like the kid from Illinois.
And for a lot of folks, that was like the first time you really got to see John Mateer on a national stage, and he played well. And that was, the biggest question about him was how is he going to look against good teams? I don't know if Michigan's a great team. I could see them at 8-4 this year. But that was probably the best defense he's ever gone up against in his career. And he played really well. He put the team on his back. The Oklahoma defense is the biggest reason they won. But John Mateer was kind of a one-man show on offense. And he made some plays with his legs. He made some plays with his arms. And look, he's much better than what Texas saw at quarterback in the OU game last year. I can tell you that. So he's going to present some problems every time he takes the field. But you're right. Oklahoma's true running back run game is not good right now. And I'm sure
they're going to put an awful lot on his shoulders. He's going to be the guy. Yeah. You're talking about 3rd and 9s and 3rd and 8s and things like that. He's going to get a lot on his shoulders. So
for sure. Yeah, that's if you're an OU fan, you're excited with what you're seeing, but I think you have to, in the back of your mind, be thinking of that. It's we have to get this guy some help. Otherwise, he's not going to make it through an entire season. So, but he looks good. Oklahoma plays. Why is Oklahoma playing at Temple? Did they lose a bet or something?
You're talking about going down there and running roughshod over a group, man.
They're going to Philly this weekend, playing Temple. All right, that's fine. But you play a team like that at your place, don't you?
You're going to play that group on the turf in Philly. There are going to be a lot of limping guys, little owls limping off the field there. I got a feeling Oklahoma's defense is going to run through that group. They're going to be big numbers, but they're going to be big numbers in casualties in that game, I believe.
They play at the Link, so it is an NFL stadium. It's not like they're playing at some podunk place, but
no, they're
weird.
They're not playing at some ballpark down on Broad Street. No.
Yeah, that's a weird bit. OU's a 24.5-point favorite, by the way, in that game. I don't think that's enough. I'm still not super bought in on OU, but Temple, I don't know if I'm.
Yeah, I know. On the road, they lost a bet somewhere.
The high holy days are coming up, so maybe I should be higher on Temple. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Good stuff from Chris going around the SEC. Yeah, a ton of, Texas plays UTEP this week. Everyone will be watching that, but I mean, you've got Georgia, Tennessee, you've got A&M, Notre Dame, you've got Vanderbilt, South Carolina, you've got Florida, LSU. Like, there are some juicy matchups in this conference this week.
Juicy back.
Thank you, Steven. Some good stuff.
Yeah, I'm expecting Vandy to come back down to earth against South Carolina.
That's such an interesting game to me. And I think South Carolina is going to win, but we talked about it yesterday. Like, they struggled with South Carolina State this past weekend. Maybe that's your classic overlook spot, right? You're playing an FCS team and you've got a pretty big game to start conference play coming up the following Saturday. But Vanderbilt has been the more impressive looking team through 2 weeks in South Carolina, but the game's obviously in Columbia, and I think South Carolina is the more talented team. But that's a fun one Saturday night on the SEC network. Don't sleep on that game. That could be close for all 4 quarters. All right. We'll shift gears here. We've got some NFL to talk about. What a weekend for the Buck and his Gold Star locks. We'll give you your flowers, some other NFL takeaways, and a South African pastor is claiming that Jesus Christ himself will be gracing us before the month is over. We've got the sound.
Wow.
We'll get to that in a moment.
Before the end of September?
Before the end of September. We've got actual dates, too.
Actual dates?
Actual dates.
Is he coming through the Major League Baseball playoff time?
He's actually waiting for the WNBA postseason to start.
Oh, no. Christ wouldn't do that.
No, he would. He's going to save us from having to watch that.
Oh, okay.
That's his goal, I think. So before we get to any of that, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Go to our friends over at Hat Creek Burger. It's a great day to head on over to Hat Creek Burger, folks, for that unbelievable double with cheese. The fries, whether you want the sweet potato fries or regular fries, they got great fries there, and a milkshake. For those that can have, I'm not quite there yet, but enjoy that milkshake. And if you want to enjoy a mimosa or margarita in the afternoons at Hat Creek Burger, Mom and Dad, they've got that for you too. When the kids are at the playscape, be careful. Don't get on the playscape with the kids after having a couple of those margaritas. Well, don't just have one anyway, because you got to drive the kids. Kids didn't drive you there, unless you're taking your high schooler there. Then get them a double. Get the high school kids. Hey, buy the whole class something to eat at Hat Creek Burger. Why not? And there are some Hat Creek locations, folks, that serve breakfast starting at 7 a.m. But what it's about the burger at Hat Creek Burger. Was born and bred right here in Austin, Texas. There's 25 locations throughout the state of Texas. But you will enjoy the hamburgers that prime meat at Hat Creek Burger.
I'll tell you what, if any of you parents are buying for the whole class, I'm going to be showing up with a backpack today, acting like I'm a student.
Hell yeah.
Hey, give me one of those, please. I'm a student. How do you do, fellow kids? Oh, man. Shout out to Hat Creek Burger Company. Shout out to Covert Bee Cave as well. If you are in the market for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, look no further than our friends at Covert Bee Cave off of Highway 71. Of course, a part of the legendary Covert Auto Group that has been around Central Texas for more than 100 years. This place is massive, and it's beautiful. How about 42 acres of vehicles on the lot at Covert Bee Cave? It's 3 dealerships all in one. It's 7 different brands all in one, plus a huge selection of used cars as well. Nobody does it better than Covert Bee Cave. The people there are fantastic. Go say hi to Dan Covert and Mike and Stacy and Jerome and Ron and Cameron and the whole squad. They're going to treat you like family the way they treat us like family. And what do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. CovertBeeCave.com for more information. And a quick shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. None of us are wearing our TSU gear today, but y'all know about the TSU gear, the hats, the polos, the pullovers, everything that we wear, all of our signage, all done and made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Reach out to him if you have a business that needs stuff. 512-300-9641. That's his personal line. Call him, text him, whatever you guys and gals need. He will get it to you very quickly. Waterloo Printing and Graphics.
For sure.
All right. Buck, congrats to you, my friend.
Thank you very much.
You had a rough opening weekend of betting. At least your cousin did with his Gold Star locks. Last
Believe me,
Saturday,
I had a rougher week.
I don't understand.
Opening
Last
week.
Saturday, you went 0-5 on your Gold Star locks for the people. You were down 200,000 units going in to this past Saturday.
Incredible.
And you made it all up. Right now, you are even money. You had 25,000 units on the Minnesota Vikings last night. They were 1.5-point favorites on the road at Chicago. The Bears were dominating this game for 2.5 quarters. And in typical Bears fashion, they completely collapsed. J.J. McCarthy made some big plays, and Minnesota just started doing everything right while Chicago started doing everything wrong. And Minnesota, you talk about stealing a game. They go steal a game at Soldier Field, and they end up winning 27-24, which means they cover, which means you get 25,000 units, which means you are back to square one. Well done, sir.
Yeah, and it'll be a big week coming up this week, starting with Aggies not beating Notre Dame.
What about covering?
Oh, Notre Dame will cover that deal.
Okay, 6.5. You're feeling good about the Irish early in the week?
Seems like a lot. 6.5?
So you're not feeling good about the Irish early in the week?
Not when you said that. That thing needs to be about 3.5. 6.5, huh?
Sounds like you're leaning Aggies. That was your most confident pick 5 seconds ago, and now you're leaning the other way?
No, I'm opposite of Chris. I like Tennessee at home.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of great games, again, in the SEC and all around college football. Much better slate on paper. Chris said it. Last Saturday was very entertaining. Every college football Saturday is entertaining, regardless of the matchup.
Yeah, Ole Miss, Kentucky was really entertaining.
It was a good game. I mean, SMU Baylor was the game of the day. Like, maybe nobody outside the state of Texas gives a rat's ass about that game, but if you were tuned into the CW on Saturday, then you were treated to some pretty sensational action there. So there's no such, I always get a kick like people playing weddings or they plan like big events on a Saturday and they're like, yeah, there's not a lot of good games. It's like, disagree. Any day watching college football is more entertaining than anything else you could be doing on a Saturday in the fall. There's no doubt about that. So good stuff by you. Any thoughts on Minnesota last night? Any thoughts on that game?
Yeah, I thought Caleb Williams had an opportunity to get one for his new coach there. And just early in the game, he just was not – he started out like 10 of 10.
Yeah, early in the game, he was great. Yeah,
early in the game, he started out hot. They never took really advantage of it, getting in the end zone enough. That team just is not going to – they're going to – they got their wide receiver playing running back in the backfield as a running back. More, I'm like, yeah. Now that's not going to – he's going to take a few hits in there. He's like the Z-back anyway, the hybrid guy that goes in motion and gets a lot of jet sweeps and stuff. But to line him up like a tailback, I'm like, that guy is going to be on the injured reserve here very shortly, getting those kind of carries out of the backfield. He's a little fella.
Well, unfortunately, Texas fans know all about DJ Moore and his running ability.
Yes.
Because of where he played his college football. And is that another jet sweep?
Oh, no, not another one. There they go again.
UTSD right there. The Bears, like Caleb Williams got off to a great start. He missed a throw. The Bears were like driving. They had like a 4th and 2 or a 4th and 3 in Vikings territory. They decided to go for it. I didn't hate the decision to go for it. It was a great play call. Caleb Williams just missed. I think it was DJ Moore who was like wide open over the middle. He just missed him. It was like his first incomplete pass, his first bad throw of the day. And like from that moment on, it just kind of spiraled for him. And then just penalties. I think the Bears had 11 or 12 penalties.
You're talking about guys jumping off, offensive linemen jumping the gun. They had like 4 of those before halftime.
Yeah, the Bears had 12 penalties for 127 yards. More penalty yards than Texas had, which is tough to do. They were their own worst enemy at times last night. And when they missed a field goal, they had a punt get blocked. They couldn't get stops on defense. And then Minnesota just rolled a snowball from the top of a mountain, and they just pushed it. And it kept going and going, and the Bears couldn't stop it.
Bears still suck. Sorry about that, Ken.
They always have, and they always will, man.
Yes.
Always have, and they always will. And, that's a tough debut for Ben Johnson. Again, they did a lot right. But shout out to J.J. McCarthy, man. Not the most impressive stat line you'll ever see a quarterback have. 13 of 20, 143 yards, 2 touchdowns.
I think he led his team, though. He was leading his team. He did a good job just hanging in there. He had, taking hits, running when he had to. He did some good things, though.
Yeah. I mean, look, the rushing touchdown, the go-ahead rushing touchdown was great. I mean, he made some plays in that fourth quarter.
He's not afraid to run the ball coming off a knee injury. He runs in there, and he doesn't always dive. I mean, he'll go in. I mean, he's an athlete. He gets after it. Both of those quarterbacks run the ball pretty well.
Yeah.
I thought Caleb Williams had a couple nice runs when that touchdown run was a good run too.
Yeah, it was. So nice win for Minnesota to put a bow on week 1. Any week 1 thoughts that you have, Buck? Any winners and losers for you coming out of the NFL?
I know that the Jets didn't win, but the Jets look a little bit better with Justin Fields than they did with Aaron Rodgers, and vice versa.
They lost to Aaron Rodgers, though.
I know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll tell you what, they're going to do some things with Justin Fields in their run game with Breece Hall. That's going to be tough on some teams. Boy, Breece Hall is good.
Yeah,
he is a good player.
Yeah, the Jets are not in my winners category at all because they're the Jets. But I got Green Bay as my biggest winner.
They were the number 1 winner.
And they just dominated.
The Chargers, the Green Bay.
Chargers could be there. Aaron Rodgers is in my winners category. I mean, that had to feel good for him. Goes back to New York, throws 4 touchdowns in a surprisingly entertaining 34-32 win over the Jets at MetLife. People are asking if Aaron Rodgers still has it, Buck.
It was the Jets.
Thank you. Yeah, that's why the Jets are not a winner for me. Biggest losers. I don't know if there's a team. Actually, I do know that there's not a team that had a worse week 1 than the Miami Dolphins.
Oh my God, did they look bad?
They get destroyed by Indianapolis, 33-8. The game was 30-0 at one point. The Colts scored on every possession in the game. Literally every time they touched the ball on offense, they scored.
What are they going to do with Tua? They're going to have to find another quarterback.
Quinn Ewers, baby.
Yeah, Tua's not going to be that guy.
No, you thought Tua wouldn't be the guy because he would get hurt, right? Like Tua's been pretty good in his career when he's been on the field, but he did not look good. Nobody on Miami looked good. Mike McDaniel, I think, is the odds-on favorite right now to be the first coach fired in Vegas. So, I mean, they can't look like that. The Colts are supposed to be one of the worst teams in football, and they smoked them. And here's Daniel Jones, by the way, talking post-game. I forgot to play this yesterday. Here's Daniel Jones talking about taking down Tua and also talking a little smack to the haters. I was a little surprised to hear this.
I clapped Tua's cheeks today. Guy's going to need to wear a guardian cap on his ass and his head after what happened out there in front of Lucas Oil Stadium. 22 for 29 and 3 tutties. What makes this even sweeter is that the haters didn't want this to happen. They counted Daniel Jones out. After the New York Giants scapegoated him, blamed him for all their pathetic incompetence, the haters believed it. They said, I don't have what it takes to be a starting quarterback in this league. Well, today, with that historical performance y'all just bared witness to, I officially shoved it up the haters' asses. Daniel Jones is playing for vengeance this year, and the Dolphins are just my first victims. To the rest of the NFL, you've been warned. Danny Dimes is coming for your lunch money.
Wow.
Oh, I love it. That's great.
Some strong takes
from Danny
Dimes, saying he clapped to his cheeks so hard he's going to need a guardian cap on his ass and on his head.
Oh, my God. He's coming for your lunch money.
Out for vengeance, and he's coming to take everyone's lunch money this
year.
I
like that. Good job, Danny Dimes.
So we got 3. That's number 1 on my top 3 press conference moments from week 1 in the NFL. Forgot to play this. This is Dak Prescott, Buck. This is Dak Prescott following the Cowboys' season-opening loss to Philadelphia. Not very happy with the play of his number 1 wide receiver, CeeDee Lamb.
Can somebody please tell me how I'm supposed to win football games when my number 1 receiver plays like he's a mannequin with bricks taped to his hands? CeeDee couldn't catch a pass if his life depended on it. CeeDee couldn't catch a damn Nerf football if his entire body was covered in Velcro. I mean, shit. CeeDee couldn't even catch COVID if he was eating bat soup in a fucking Wuhan wet market. CeeDee had more balls bounce off his hands than Michael Sam in the back of an Elton John concert. Guy get paid like he's Randy Moss, but he shows up like he's f***ing Kadarius Toney.
Wow.
Wow. Oh,
That's some hard stuff there now.
I guess our crack staff missed one of those F-bombs. I'll take the blame for that. Apologize for my lack of mental intensity, to quote Steve Sarkisian.
Oh, hey, are you still in preseason mode here or what?
God, I guess so. Yeah, I'm still warming up here. It's week 1. Cut me some slack. So, yeah, Dak Prescott, what did he say? Michael Sam couldn't catch balls if he was hanging with Michael Sam at an Elton John concert. I hear that right?
Wow, you did.
And last but not least, here's Andy Reid. Of course, the Chiefs lost in Brazil on Friday night to the LA Chargers. And Andy Reid with some interesting comments about the game, but also about Brazil as a whole. Take a listen.
Some big booties down here, and I do love me a good churrascaria, but I don't know who I got to get a decent cheeseburger around these parts. Man, I hate playing in Brazil. Always get food poisoning and spend the 8-hour flight home clogging the toilet on the team plane. And besides, Tay-Tay's black magic doesn't work south of the equator. As for the game, it sucked worse than my last colonoscopy. Half of my receiving corps is in jail, suspended, or injured. And you'd think with all those guys hurt, that Trav wouldn't body slam Xavier Worthy on the 3rd play of the game. But that's exactly what he f***ing did. Guy's a handsome son of a gun, but he's got the brain of a 12-year-old special ed student with a glue-sniffing habit. We couldn't find the end zone in the first half. Couldn't really find it in the second half either. It was basically like watching a soccer game with all those Butker place kicks. And to put the icing on the cake, our defense got lit up for 3 tutties by a guy who threw 4 picks in the wild card game last year. Makes me want to f***ing puke.
Wow.
Wow.
Andy needs a new commercial, doesn't he?
Andy Reid, he says he does like the big butts, but he could not find a cheeseburger down in Brazil, so not real happy with
Notice
that.
out of all that stuff, he doesn't say anything about his quarterback.
Nothing about his quarterback. No, Mahomes
Ever.
is okay there, but yeah, that sucks so bad for Xavier Worthy, who had such a great first year in the NFL.
What is the deal? What is the injury?
It's a shoulder. I think it's a dislocated shoulder for Xavier Worthy. And, there was a thought that season-ending surgery would be required. And Andy Reid said, I think yesterday, that they're going to try to rehab it for a while and make him play with a brace, or have him play with a brace.
Nothing like being a receiver with a harness that only lets you lift your arm up this high.
Yeah, so we'll see.
If it comes out, and it's just as easy to come right back out again, and it'll always, and he knows what it feels like. It's going to feel the same way the second time around. It doesn't change when those dislocations happen the second time. Everybody talks about how it's easier to pop back in, but when you have one, it's the same feeling. It feels like hell.
Yeah. So obviously, I mean, that sucked, right? The Chiefs are already shorthanded at wide receiver because Rashee Rice is suspended, and they've got a couple of other guys who are hurt. And then, the 3rd play of the game, just a inadvertent collision, friendly fire. Travis Kelce running right into Xavier Worthy on a crossing route. And now Worthy, again, I don't know how much time he's going to miss. The Chiefs play the Eagles in a Super Bowl rematch this weekend. I think it's very safe. I think it's very safe to assume that Worthy will not be a part of that.
That shoulder's so swollen and hurts so bad right now.
Yeah, so it sounds like they avoided worst case scenario with him, but still not an ideal case by any stretch.
Wow.
So there you go. All right, so there's your football. All of that audio is real, by the way. Don't even ask any questions about it being fake. We don't do that. We're real journalists here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Yes, we do. We ask you about who's making faces and who's not making faces when they throw, punt, pass, kick.
Yeah,
block.
you think we could AI
Arch
this?
Seemed to be having some throwing pains by the
According to
fourth
who?
quarter. Arch?
Arch said that to you?
No.
Oh, according to who?
It just looked like he was.
He doesn't have any.
Is there an explanation to why it looked like that?
I don't know. I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Like, we can't AI this stuff. This is all real here.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to be double checking anytime I take a leak down on campus to make sure Sark isn't filming or something.
My goodness.
Yeah, interesting. All right, Buck, we got to get
to this.
And
you know what? He could have really embarrassed that dude, but I think he did a good enough job. He gave us a little. He tried to give us a little comedy. You know, he's having a comedy show, but
Yeah.
he could have said, you know, please, why ask me that? I don't know. I'm not looking at his freaking face when he throws the ball.
I mean, I think the way to answer that question without it going viral is he's fine. Like, sometimes he makes weird faces when he throws. There are plenty of other quarterbacks who make weird faces. Go watch a pitcher when he throws a baseball. Some of those guys make some weird faces too. Like when you're putting that type of unnatural strain on the body, and sometimes it's a natural reaction. You unconsciously make a face like that.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, we just got through listening to a bunch of grown men grunt when they hit a tennis ball through the weekend, screaming like little girls. We're hearing that, and these guys are asking questions about the quarterback making faces when he throws, with people coming at him. I mean, it's just like, really? That was your big chance. That was your big chance to ask the coach something. That's what you came up with. Come on.
I think people wanted to know. I don't think he worded the question great, but because there are people watching the game on Saturday. I know you're not on social media, so you didn't see any of this, but there are people like looking at some of the still shots of Arch Manning's face after he threw a football, and they're like, he must be hurt. Like, people don't wince like that. He's got to have something going on right now.
Yeah, I thought maybe he got to the sideline after he threw a touchdown and made a goofy face. He just looks, he's kind of goofy anyway.
He's a Manning. They're all goofy looking.
Yeah, I mean, they pee on the floor. They pee on the floor. If I heard that he was peeing on the floor, it wouldn't surprise us.
Right. Yeah, he is from Louisiana, so no, it would surprise me if I heard that Arch didn't piss on the floor. That'd be the bigger story right there.
Tell Sark to put a camera in the locker room and see what he's doing there.
Oh my God. Yeah, no thank you. We don't need any of that weird stuff. P. Diddy.
Wow.
All right. Well, let's wrap it up with a pretty fun story here. By the way, quick shout out to SendTexTickets.com. If you want to watch Texas take on UTEP in person at DKR this Saturday afternoon, hey, guess what? Not an 11 a.m. kick. It's a beautiful thing. You actually get to sleep in a bit. You get to tailgate a little bit, and then you can watch the Horns take on the Miners of Texas El Paso this Saturday. One place to go to get your tickets. That is SendTexTickets.com. Make sure you use our promo code SendTex10 when you check out, and you are going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase from our friends at SendTexTickets.com.
Sweet.
Yes, and a quick shout out to the Hecht Law Firm as well. Ryan, Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney in Austin. Don't call the jabronis that you see on TV. They're spending all of your money on stupid TV commercials, jumping on cars, walking into private jets, hosting podcasts with little kids. That's not normal. Call a personal injury attorney who's going to spend his time fighting for you. That is Hurricane Hecht. 512-938-8929. Or go to hechtlawfirm.com for more. Okay, Buck. Interesting story here. We have a pastor from South Africa who has recently claimed that
South Africa, such as
South Africa. Thank you.
South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if the pastor is also in the Iraq and everywhere like such as. I think this is only a South African pastor, and his name is Joshua Malakela. That's
the Joshua tree. Okay.
From the Joshua tree. Yep. That's a fair explanation. That's rational right there. He was on Pastors on Podcast, Buck. He was on a podcast the other day, and he claims that he saw Jesus in a divine vision. And, well, we'll let him take it from here.
Rapture is upon us, whether you are ready or not. Yeah. Today, what people will hear is God revealing his plan
to his people,
to the people of the world.
Yeah.
God took me to see the future, and then he brought me back. And then in heaven, in a throne room, I see Jesus sitting on his throne, and I could hear him very loud and clear. I am coming soon. And to the people who are listening, please pay attention to what I'm going to say. He says to me, on the 23rd and the 24th, 2025, I will come to take my church.
There's a date.
There is a date.
Sweet. Again, sounds like the lady that I was trying to get my You know, when I had to go to the doctor, I couldn't get the, I had to ask for the white lady I was having, and I said, "Where's the white lady at so I can talk to her?" That guy sounds like the lady I talked to originally.
That South African man sounds like the woman you were talking to on
Yeah,
the phone.
trying to get everything all straight. Yeah, trying to get everything all straightened out.
So could you understand anything that guy said?
I understood some, yes.
Yeah,
Not some, but not all.
Well, he said, the rapture is upon us, whether you are ready or not.
23, 24.
Quote, I saw Jesus sitting on his throne, and I could hear him very loud and clear saying, I am coming soon. And then he said, yeah, the 23rd and 24th of September, 2025. That's 2 weeks from today, Buck.
Dude, I hope he hits this neighborhood first.
By the way, that is the date of the Jewish holiday of Rosh Hashanah, which is the Jewish New Year.
Yeah,
So
he needs to come through this neighborhood up here in Dripping first.
Why do you get to go first?
I don't need to be going last. I don't want to get in the middle of the bus or in the back. I want to be right up front. I need a first seat. I need one of the first two seats.
This ain't a Rosa Parks situation here. You talking like you think you're going to be first? You think your house deserves to be first when Jesus comes back to earth?
Hey, listen, I've been a man of the people. I deserve to get on. I need to get on board first. Okay. Why not? Why not me? I didn't get the lottery.
Interesting. So people are starting to put stuff together here, Buck. Okay. There is a notable passage in the Bible that reads, the sun shall be turned to darkness and the moon to blood before the great and awesome day of the Lord comes. We've had a blood moon in each of the last 2 nights. I don't know if you've gone out and taken a look at the moon. It's been a full moon, but
I know it's been a full moon. I don't know. I haven't noticed if it was a blood moon. I know it's been a full moon.
There have been some tints of red on the moon these last couple of days. So maybe people are like, oh, that's what the Bible was talking about. There's your sun turning to darkness and the moon turning to blood. And all of a sudden, Jesus is right around the corner.
That'd be so awesome and so glorious.
So what do you think? 2 weeks from now, the rapture could be here.
I think I need to make some preparation and quit messing around.
What do you have to do to prepare for this?
Take my ass to church and get in there and hit my knees.
That's going to give you a better chance, I guess, of getting seen first.
Hey, it's going to give me a better chance than you and Rodney got. That's for sure.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in trouble here. Here's a picture of Jesus Christ making his way back to earth.
Oh, gee.
Open up. Is that a 9 he's got in his hand?
It looks like it.
Interesting. All right, we'll bring on a couple of saints here. Double R.
Yeah. 19.
Gentlemen, your thoughts? The rapture could be coming here 2 weeks from now.
It sucks. I'm saved, but it sucks. You know, I like partying. But I mean, I guess we'll go to the ultimate party in the sky if that's the case.
Are you prepared, Wags?
Oh, I'm prepared. My soul's prepared.
I got MREs, boys. I got MREs here. I'm ready.
Don't worry about those. You won't need those. Hey, where you're going, you won't need those.
We'll have plenty of bread and fish, my friend.
It's awful warm where I'm going. I'm always bitching about the heat.
So y'all have to tell me about the rapture, because this is not a concept that my people are super familiar with. What is supposed to happen in this so-called rapture?
For 7 years, we're supposed to go up into heaven, and the
total darkness.
Total darkness. The earth is supposed to be cleaned up during those times of darkness, and after that, we're all supposed to come back down and live glorious.
Am I the darkness?
No,
I'm not sure I'm getting the invite up. I might be at the door and they're like,
I thought I already had, my ticket punched to the party too. You know what I mean? By, doing all the, Catholicism shit, but I might have to atone for some things, Your
ticket's already been punched the day you were born. That ticket got punched, but have you, there is a price you have to pay. Have you been paying the price on a daily basis?
Well, I don't know if Wags helped himself there by calling it that Catholicism shit right there.
Yeah. No,
I'm Catholicism shit light. I'm Episcopalian. I'm not Catholic.
Man. All right. Hey, it's not for me to decide. It's for JC to decide. I'm going to feel like that third lion trying to get into Noah's Ark. I'm like, hey, there's space. Like, let me in here. I'm friends with you.
I'll eat a monkey. I'll eat a damn monkey. I'll get in there. Let me in.
Man, I'm best buddies with Jesus, not Jesus, Jesus.
Oh, okay.
So we're good. We're good. The only Rapture I know is the one that Blondie sang back in the 80s.
There you go.
That's the only one I know. So
Now, I was raised by my grandparents. We went to church, and my grandmom was I guess a political figure in the church, if you want to say that. I mean, this is also small town Brunswick, Maryland, right? Like my great grandfather was the mayor. So I mean, like people turn up church is a social event in small towns, right?
Sort of like the Salem witches. I mean, is that where you come from?
A little bit worse than that, more demonic than that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like it's the town's so small, but there's 6 liquor stores in it, and they're all open on Sunday.
Wow!
Damn!
Yeah, buddy.
Oh.
I mean, there's a lot of I've told BK some of my crazy nights and crazy stories, man. And usually, sometimes small towns don't really go through that type of stuff, but curiosity, man, curiosity's out there.
My
I know
aunt
the
has
bars
a
are
whole,
open on Sundays, but I didn't know the liquor stores open on
I
Sundays.
didn't. I've never seen that.
Yeah,
I've never seen that.
Grew up around a bunch of heathens.
Yeah. My aunt has a whole, hardcore Catholic. She's got her whole, 3 candles set up and the rosary and all that. And, she prays for all of us. I mean, she prays for our whole team, and y'all don't even know her. It's like, y'all need all the prayers. I'm praying for you.
She listens. She listens, and she knows we need them.
No, she doesn't. No. So that's good. Wow, I hadn't heard that.
I'm going to go downstairs and ask my wife, because my wife follows all that. She follows
Patrick, the
she
Blair
follows
Witch
the Bible
Project.
strictly.
The Blair Witch Project, 5 minutes from my house. It happened in Burkittsville, Maryland.
Really?
5 minutes from my house. Yeah, it was in the South Mountains, right? Old man Lorenzi's property. Bullshit story. It was all made up. All kinds of stuff.
I never could follow it. My vision, I got all screwed up and left the movie. It was no good.
Get lost in those mountains. You can take a piss over those mountains. It's so small, right? Well, but funny thing is that the night before Antietam, a huge Civil War battle went down there, right? So that's where they conjured up all these ghost stories of all these, dead bodies.
Like going to Gettysburg when I've gone to Gettysburg before.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, they were en route to Antietam. They were coming up from what is it? Not Fairfax? Shit.
What?
Somewhere down
Halifax.
Halifax. What's that have to do with anything?
I don't know if it was Halifax. Halifax is all the way in North Carolina. I don't know, but
Miralax.
they were double timing up. That's where they got.
That's what I'm going to be taking tomorrow. Is Miralax.
Oh,
right,
tomorrow's
boys,
the day before.
Thursday's the day. Thursday's the day. But I had to go pick up my fleet package. So the lady at HEB said, she goes, there's a brand name for this enema, and then there's our HEB brand. And I said, I'm not using your HEB brand. I'm not. No, your workers made that up in the back with some salt and water. I said, no, give me the fleet. I've had that before.
Are you looking forward to it?
No, I'm looking forward to finding out if there's anything wrong. But no, the prep for this is not like a colonoscopy. But I've got to give myself my own enema. My wife won't give it to me. I said to my wife, my mom gave me one of these things when I was before a high school basketball game.
What are they doing to you?
I'm not your mama.
What are they doing to you? What are you?
I got a prostate MRI on Thursday, but I got to give myself like an hour before I get myself a fleet deal.
Oh.
How do I do that myself?
Joyce said she's not doing it.
She said, I'm not your mama. She goes, I'm not doing it. Are you kidding me? I'm like, come on.
When my kid was small, I remember she was sick one time and we had to administer an enema, and that was not pleasant.
I ain't your mama.
Yeah, I ain't your mom. I'm like, come on, you're my pal. I'll turn sideways and put my thumb in my mouth, or how am I going to do this myself? I've never attempted that myself.
Can't you just set it
your
on
finger up your ass, right? That's a daily thing for me.
No.
Can't you just set it on something and sit on it like they do on TV?
No. You gotta You gotta squeeze.
Can't you order something like they have something where you can actually like lick? You lick the bottom of it and you stick it on the ground so it don't go nowhere, and then you just sit on it. I think you're good. I think you're okay.
I got that putting green out. I got that putting green outside. I was thinking just going out on the AstroTurf and turning sideways.
You need to go to a WNBA game. They throw those things out there. You just put the enema on top of that and sit down.
Get one free. You just got to be in the right spot. Get one for free.
I think somebody
I'm
threw a
out.
dildo
I'm out.
at an NFL
I'm
game
out.
the other day.
Lick it and stick it, Buck. Lick it and stick it.
All right. See y'all tomorrow.
I hope later.
Did you see that? CB sent us on Twitter. Somebody threw a dildo at an NFL game. I don't know what game it was.
Oh yeah, CB with the pool there.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like, and it was a green one.
There's dildos being thrown at NFL games now. So
they need to throw one and hit Micah Parsons, knock his ass out. You know what I'm saying?
in Cleveland, well, the dildo actually, I can't say that. I was gonna say that the dildo was more accurate than the Cleveland's play, but I mean, besides the kick, Cleveland almost got out of there, and that's what. So I wanted to get the family's collective thoughts today as we break down the NFL after Monday Night Football here. What a night! What a night,
man,
dude! Vikings and Bears. I mean, hell, after Sunday Night Football, we get a Monday Night Football like this.
Man, I'm here to tell you. I remember last year we were breaking that draft down. And I'm like, Jaden Daniels is going to be great. I am not bought on Caleb Williams, and I'm still not. Look at everybody else in that draft.
He had the moves though last night, right? Like he looked confident. The spin, like the juke, and then the spin move, all tied in one. The confidence was there, but it looks like Chicago's building, right? It looks like they're maybe a piece away, which is, it's a cop out to say that, right? Because you're supposed to be winning now, but. Damn, dude. Did JJ McCarthy answer any questions for you?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, I totally and the way he started out, I'm thinking, okay, well, I think I'm kind of right on this dude. But look, the composure and the command that he took of his football team is what Caleb Williams should be doing right now. And that's where I'm like, this dude has already progressed over that guy in one half.
I don't know if we can go that far just yet. I mean, JJ McCarthy, he made some throws last night too that were just money, dude. Just nails.
He just looks ready.
Yeah,
I mean that dude. Where Caleb is still
maybe it took a little, a little slow out of the gate, right? Just to try and find his rhythm, to try and get it going. But you got to think with a wide receiver room like that it's got to be easy for somebody to kind of just lean into something and kind of, find their stride or find their full force, right? I thought as the game progressed and it got into the latter stages, just some of the throws that he was just unleashing, man. And of course, like some of these were maybe like 10-yard outs or whatever, but the fact that the ball is still traveling on a rope, mass velocity and not losing any mustard off of it, man. He's just there, and it's in pinpoint precision too, accuracy. This is stuff that I didn't get to see that much of in his senior year, right? I saw more of him in one game. I saw more throws of him in this game in Monday Night Football than I remember seeing in like the last half of his senior year at Michigan, right? And dude, like you go through his pedigree. He has won. He has been a champion at every level. Like, and that's not an embellishment. Like IMG Academy, of course you're going to win at IMG Academy. But even at his high school before that, state champions, and then national champion at Michigan. Like winning just comes to this guy. So I mean that's what people were saying, right? And again, like it's the Bears. Okay, let's pump the brake. Like I don't think the Vikings are going to the Super Bowl or anything like that. But I did feel like there would be a little bit of a natural drop off, without Sam Darnold. You're losing your quarterback that threw for what Darnold throw for over 4,000 yards or something like that. Mm-hmm. Anyway, they had a really successful year through the air last year, right? Any type of replacement, you'd think you'd have a little bit of a drop off, right? Of course, slow start coming out, but damn, Rodney, they once Addison gets back too. I mean, just another weapon for JJ, dude. And then the running game, Mason and Jones last night looked fantastic.
Aaron Jones, man, is the one that's kind of the key caveat right there. Where last year when that trade was made, when Jones came in, I think that's something that really vaulted. Yeah, obviously the conversation. I see the chat there, the YouTube, Twitch, Facebook chats. Let me pull there where we've got about the two wide receiver rooms and so forth and so on. But it's a lot of what we talk about with Arch Manning. What I feel is missing right now with Arch Manning is I don't feel that he has command. That JJ McCarthy gets out on the field, and we saw him do that with Michigan, to where he right there, yeah, absolutely.
Troy's
That
comment
right
here.
there.
He doesn't handle adversity well. He falls apart when the game starts to get away. They said that if he would just dump off 3-yard passes to Swift. I didn't have the sound up last night either because of Joe Buck.
Come on, man. I like that.
I love Troy, but I can't take Joe doing football. Baseball is different. But yeah, to finish up, if he would have just dumped off a 3-yard pass to Swift on that last drive, I would have had 100 or 416. Oh, you had him in the props. Oh, Troy, my guy. Yeah.
And
that sucks.
And
he makes some bad decisions, and he does let the he emotions, Rodney. To your old facet there, he lets the emotions get to him.
And we're back to this.
He seems to let the emotions get to him.
He does. The game gets to him, and we're back to that's the whole thing. What it's always been with Caleb since he came into the NFL. You know, when he gets drafted first, it's like, okay, you have this dude that's coming in. He's a can't miss. They built the team for him last year. They put him as weapons there. He got beat up a lot. They've gone and they've fixed that. But it's always just wait. I mean, it's coming. It's coming for him. I mean, it's really coming. JJ McCarthy, I don't care about weapons. I don't care whatever. It's already there. Dude's already there. Bo Nix last year. It's already there. Jaden Daniels. It's already there. Right. We're still waiting for Caleb. Come on, man.
No, I think Rob's got it figured out right here too. Give Caleb a few more weeks with Big Johnson. Let their synergy kind of get into play here, man, and then we'll have a different narrative possibly too. No, I can see that, but what I saw in Caleb
looks like Justin Fields to me, dude. Looks like Justin Fields to me in Chicago.
Yeah, but there's some things like there's some ability that Caleb Williams has that I don't think Justin Fields has. Right? Like I don't know if Justin Fields can do a juke move, spin, and then throw a dart 60 yards on a rope and hit the guy in stride. Like Williams can't do that every time, but I've seen Williams's ability to do that, right? I have not seen that out of Justin Fields. I've seen Justin Fields be reluctant to throw that ball, right? Like I think you get a cleaner game sometimes with Justin Fields, but also like go back to the game against Pittsburgh there where I mean like they were rolling, man, but he hung Garrett Wilson out to get killed and
man,
right
that
there.
hit
Jalen Ramsey, man.
Man.
But beyond that, like usually Fields plays a pretty clean game. Just a debacle there, and they were pressing towards the end of that game, anyways. But anyways, man, yeah, that's a tough comp for me. I still think, there's some throws that Williams can make that Fields won't make, but yeah, ultimately I think you're right. You probably got it pinned. Fields is probably better than Williams.
And I like
clearly at this point, right?
Right. And I like the reference where it is going to take some in-game time, there with Ben Johnson. That is going to take a little bit of time. And to Ben Johnson, welcome to being a head coach in the NFC North.
You can tell the difference with the Bears though already, can't you? Like they look
the way they started
completely different than what they did last year. And also like adding 3 line, you can tell the difference that the 3 linemen that they have on their line route makes too. Like Caleb has some time. He's not running for his life every play like he was last year.
Yeah. And Wags, we've talked about this too in depth to where I think it's a big deal where you can tell the difference in Detroit as well. Because man, Detroit, I haven't.
They better write the ship quick. It's back to the dumpster, right? For Detroit,
Detroit looked like Detroit 7 years ago the other day, man. It is just absolute dominance there. So, I mean, Chicago looked better than Detroit, in my opinion. So, wow.
Yeah. All right. So, week 1 takeaways now that the NFL is completely done and we're through our first week, man. Highs and lows,
man. I got to tell you, I knew it was going to be a good NFL season when we started off that first bracket of games, that early window of games, as they call it on Red Zone. All of those were good. Well, except Miami and the Colts. But dude, all of those games were good. If week 1 is any indication, and then you end up with that Sunday night beauty, and then last night's game was great too. Dude, we're going to have a great NFL
dude,
season.
I'm such an ass. I didn't watch Red Zone once because of the commercials.
Man. I think they showed one commercial.
It was 4. It was 4.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Okay. But no, like, and also, and I'll watch it. I'll watch Red Zone next week too. But because of the delay with Jacksonville, I didn't have to. Jacksonville, Carolina, because that went into delay. I didn't have to watch Red Zone. There was 4 because I'm only putting the one. I got the Giants game up first, right? Like that's ultimately the game that occupies one TV, and then I have 4 games on the other TV, so I didn't have to put Red Zone on. Right now, usually I'll have Red Zone on to keep me, up to speed with every the other 2 teams that I can't put on the other TVs here, right? Because I guess I could if I wanted to split both up and put 8 on each TV, but now one TV is dedicated to the Giants, man. Speaking of the Giants,
what I do, it's like, so I think the other day it was like Red Zone, and then I had the Texans and the Rams on because I really wanted to watch that one, and then I forget what was on over here on the other one, but it's like Red Zone. I just kind of keep it cycling, and it drives my wife crazy when she's home because she's like, I can't keep up. I was just getting into that game. I'm like, well, sorry. Red Zone is revolving, I guess it is, right?
Yeah, it's always rolling around, man. It's always revolving. Yeah, it's always spinning. Hanson's always got the thing spinning there. Why don't you have a seat? Hey, so let's talk about week 1 here. All right. Your highs and lows. Where are we going?
I want to talk about the Chiefs for a minute because that Friday night.
After the Chiefs, I want to talk about the Giants.
Yeah, that's fine. That Friday night game was kind of one where it was weird time. It was weird time. I was doing a game on Friday night, and I'm like giving all these results, and somebody messaged me, "Hey, what's the score of the NFL game?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's weird." But Kansas City,
that's weird. Yeah, that's weird.
When we're talking about the ultimate demise of the Kansas City Chiefs and everything, Mahomes. Man, they got to take a little bit better care of Mahomes, right? That guy, he still makes the amazing plays, but when you want to talk about kinks in the armor and so forth, it's really starting to show, I think, a little bit more with Kansas City. I can't bury him yet. That's just one game right there. But
do we have a status on Worthy?
They were talking about season-ending surgery.
No, he did a miscellaneous oops. He ran into Kelsey.
It's been tossed out. It's been tossed out, but I don't think that anything's been.
It's got to be like an AC separation, or if anything, it looked like maybe just a shoulder separation at first.
Yeah,
or at worst, I would think.
And this is where I go back to Mahomes.
Dude, no way.
That's a weapon. That's like what Mahomes needs right there. You again.
I hope Worthy's healthy, but I'm also relying on Worthy for fantasy. For selfish reasons.
Yeah. Delgado's got it. It's a separated shoulder. The length not known yet, but he is definitely going to miss, I think, extended time. So I think
man, you can take a shot, dude. This shoulder's been separated, man. It just clicks, bro. He can come back.
I've broken this collarbone here 2 different times, like on ATVs, and it all sticks up. It's like, oh man, dude, when I take my shirt off,
I guess that makes sense though. Once you break something, it's more susceptible.
Oh yeah, man. The first time I was like 10, and I was out at my uncle's place, and I hit a fence, and it turned and it snapped this thing, and then I broke it again like 2 years later, and so but gonna wear a brace, but yeah. We talked about Juju Smith-Schuster and Hollywood Brown and these guys. Boy, they're really going to have to step up now because that is not when we talk about the demise of Kansas City.
I think Hollywood Brown can step up, right? I don't know if Juju Smith-Schuster still has that speed or separation. Well, shit. I said that about Keenan Allen, and look at what happened with Keenan Allen. It looked like he was, well, that's also because of McConkey and Quentin Johnson, right? When you have that kind of speed and quickness all over the field, like I think it's going to allow for the defense to shade away from Keenan Allen. But they're always going to be keeping their eye on KA. So.
Yeah. So that's going to be interesting to follow. And we can talk about about divisions, however you want to do it, or team by team, whatever.
No, for sure. But like it still gives me time to, like, I can't, when I do pull-ups, right? It clicks, like it pops. When I do bench press, it pops from time to time too. So it's gonna suck, but you can play with it. It's just it's probably sore as shit, right? Because it popped out and popped in, so it's probably really brutally sore. But I mean, if you can get over the pain, you're not going to mess it up anymore, right?
But the hit is what I worry about. If somebody lowers the shoulder and the hit,
Oh yeah, and like it's gonna,
it's
gonna, like, even if you sleep on it wrong, it pops out, right? Like case in point, like Rocky was laying on this thing the wrong way, and it just kind of jacked up the road, and now I've been messed up for a couple of weeks now. So
and that's where it's weird. It's weird with me, Wags, because I'm all crooked because I have that's happened, and then on the left side of my body, I had like a ruptured tendon in the arch of my foot that happened when I was running a marathon, and that flares up. So you got boom boom when the cold starts. Like this morning, it was a little sore, both places because of that. So it's like, okay, yeah, getting old sucks.
Yeah,
but
dude, it does, man, for everything, dude. Just things don't operate right.
Can't remember.
You know what I mean? Like, memory's okay. Like, memory's fine. I don't want to remember some of the worst shit of my life, anyways. But still,
it's like
functionality, man. Functionality.
We were when we were watching that Jerry Jones thing, Tracy and I, the other day. I'm like, look at that dude. He writes everything down. Why is he writing shit down when he talks? You notice that when he's talking, he's like writing stuff down. And Tracy's
if he's telling lies, he's got to remember the lies that he's telling.
Tracy's like, you do that. You write everything down. I always have a pen in my hand. I'm like, oh shit. I guess I am. I have a bad case of CRS. Can't remember shit.
You remember shit? No, I got you there, man. Real quick, I'm gonna hit on the Giants.
Yeah, let's go to the Giants because that Russ Dart.
It's not good.
Dart.
And again, it's only week 1 and it's Dan Quinn's defense. I understand all of the components going into this, right? But I mean,
you got to make that change at quarterback, Wags.
I don't know when to do it. Like, do you throw the guy? I don't know if Dart's ready, but who the hell is ever ready, right? You know how I am. I subscribe to the ideology of letting a rookie sit and having him learn from a wily veteran or a crafty veteran. But I mean, Russ he doesn't. It's his inability to make plays or to extend plays now, right? What he used to have, that X factor, it's gone because of not geriatrics, but it's gone because he's just been in the league too long, man. Too many miles on the tires or whatnot. 17 for 37, and even the passes that he were making were ineffective. He's struggling to find neighbors or get neighbors involved too. So there's a lot of frustration. I mean, to the point where people are just stacking 8 in the box because he's not going to be able to get it right. Like it's hard to watch. That's what I'm trying to say. It's really hard to watch the Giants play football.
Russ looks to me just like he did at the end of Seattle and just like he did in Pittsburgh. I don't know what was supposed to change.
I thought he looked a little bit decent in Pittsburgh, right? He looked like this is Denver Russ. This is
Denver. Yeah.
This is Denver Russell Wilson. And again, it's only one game. I understand that. And it's a young campaign, week 1 in the campaign, but I mean, it's atrocious. So the question does beg to differ, but does beg to be posed. When does Dart get the call, right? Or when do you do you wait for week 4? I mean, clearly a quarterback change is going to be made this season. After you don't need to have 4 weeks of tape to understand this, right? After week 1, and Dable, it doesn't even look like the team respects Dable. It doesn't. So we'll see where it goes from this. I mean, something's got to be changed, and I've been saying this. I've been calling for a head coaching change. I don't think Dable's a bad coach. I think he can scheme well. I just think this thing's gotten away from him, and now he's lost the locker room too, or it seems like he might have lost the locker room too. You gotta get shown, and of course I'm absolutely. You guys know that I'm not a fan of Schoen and Dable here as well, but yeah, they gotta go. It's week 1, and I'm already calling for the sky's falling, right? The sky's burning. Yeah, Dable's got to go. I'd like to see Dart get inserted here sooner rather than later. We'll probably see Jackson Dart after week 2. I would think if this is another. He's already named Wilson as his quarterback, or excuse me, after the presser, he said Russell Wilson's his quarterback.
Yeah.
And then he kind of went back on it. He being Dable, went back on it a little bit and said, we'll assess this after we watch game film and see what's going on. But after emotions are high after a game, I'm not going to sit here and say that, Russell Wilson's not the starting quarterback. That's eventually what he alluded to.
I had heard that there were packages that were available for the Giants for Jackson Dart for Sunday if the opportunity afforded itself, and I think really the only opportunity that afforded itself was to insert him in there and get Russ out. I mean, it's just. If Dart has gotten himself to be the backup quarterback and apparently has beat out another veteran that sits at number 3, I think you need to take the opportunity and put him in there. Because at this point, it's not about trying to play for a wild card spot, trying to win the division. Because look, I guess I undersold Dallas. We'll find out on Sunday. In Cowboy fashion, the Cowboys will come out, fall flat on their face, and Russell Wilson beats them. But that's to be determined.
That's just not a realistic. I mean, after the way they played against Philadelphia, you think that's realistically going to happen?
It's
the Giants are bad, Rodney. The Giants are a very bad team.
With Dallas, it's not about talent and effort. It's about what they do. What they do. When you always say so and so, Patrick Mahomes does Patrick Mahomes things. The Dallas Cowboys tend to do Dallas Cowboy things where you come out and they give you that hope, and it's like, man, they look really good against Philadelphia, and then you can come out and just get flat boat raced by somebody that you should beat. But I think the thing is with Dart, I know that the fourth game was the one that was kind of circled because it was the Saints. Well, that Saints defense looked half-assed decent against Kyler Murray and the Cardinals. So I think you need to get the dude in there. I think you need to get
so here's like Russell Wilson. It's not just the 17 of 37 that's alarming to me. 4.5 average yards per pass. Like that's and he targeted Neighbors 12 times, only hitting 5. Like it's bad. And I don't know if you watched the game. It was to the point where I'm taking the damn TiVo, or shit, it's not TiVo. What the hell is the YouTube, and I'm rewinding the damn thing just to go back just to see how awful it was. And I'm of course I'm going to be pretty critical, right? And I'm not a QB expert here, but I mean I'm going to be critical on my damn team or the team.
You play one on TV though.
I do play one. I play one. I play one, and I also stayed in the Holiday Inn Express. Damn it!
Boom.
So the Giants are going to struggle, which brings me to my next point. I am in a Survivor League this year. It only cost me $10 to get in, right? But there are like over 1,500 teams. Excuse me, there are over 1,500 players with 10 entries apiece. So there's a lot of teams. There's a lot of entries in this thing, right? Now, if Denver would have lost against Tennessee, like 30% of the league would have been eliminated already, which brings me to my point. I'm going to be involving the family, TSU family here, as we go down this NFL schedule matrix, all right? We're going to be queuing in and eyeing up some of the worst teams in the league, because the strategy that I'm having, all right, I've made the NFL matrix to go like off of the teams with the easiest schedules, worst teams with the easiest schedules, good teams with the easiest schedules too. So I'm targeting the Panthers, targeting the Saints, targeting the Giants. All right,
Dolphins.
I don't know. The Dolphins still have some talent that can beat you, right? Like Dolphins are on my teams to stay away from.
What happened to them? That was mind-blowing Sunday.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know if it's an
I've seen some stuff in the chat that's already saying Tyreek Hill being traded already. Huh? Is he going back to the Chiefs? Huh? That's what people are thinking too.
It's the curse of Quinn Ewers. I told you yesterday. See what happens when Quinn goes there?
It's Quinn's fault.
It's Quinn's fault. That was mind-blowing. I'm sitting there watching that, and I'm like, surely they're going to come back at some point, right? I mean, I know we had our discussion about the AFC East, and I'm like, well, I think the Patriots are on the whatever, but Miami looked horrible, Wags. That was bad, really bad. Look worse than the Panthers. What happened to the Panthers?
Yeah,
I thought Bryce Young had it turned around.
No. I mean, Jacksonville, buddy. Let me tell you about Jacksonville. It looked like Travis Etienne was ass-eating season is back to full force here. Look, Travis Etienne, it sucks that he wasn't able to get into the end zone, especially if you guys have him in fantasy. But yeah, I mean, being able to rip off 70+ yarder, looking like the Clemson days there, right? For the life of me, I'm not sure why Thomas isn't involved that much into that offense there. It looked like he had a really good season last year. But there's some things coming on. Now, it looked like they were also trying to figure out some things with T. Hunter there for the first quarter or a few plays there. But again, Travis Hunter wasn't exactly involved that much. I think moving forward as that playbook opens up, or not so much, the playbook should honestly be open already for Sunshine there. But also, it's week 1 too. So maybe as the campaign unfolds a little bit more, that offense starts to click a little bit, but they have the pieces.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why I was, I saw Carolina, and going back to this Survivor thing real quick, going back to Carolina, I was just like, all right, Carolina's a dog shit team. Jacksonville's a team that I don't think are going to win many games, and people aren't going to take Jacksonville, like, not that often, right? And especially in the Survivor League. So week 1 was kind of like the best week for me. I felt like for anyone to take a team like Jacksonville in Survivor. And then ultimately, Carolina, is going to be Carolina and shit the bed. So that's why, I don't know, you say Bryce Young is supposed to bring these guys back to form or get the Carolinas back to form and find their teeth or sharpen their fangs. I don't think it's happening, buddy. They look pretty bad too.
They look really bad.
They had.
Speaking of Jacksonville, and again, I don't put a lot of stock in commercials, but did you happen to see the commercial that you probably didn't, where it's Trevor Lawrence and Travis Hunter? Did you see that one? And they're playing "Let's Hear It for the Boy" that from Footloose, from Denise Williams. Great commercial, because it's like Travis Hunter.
I'll look it up on YouTube.
Travis Hunter talking about Trevor Lawrence. I'm like, okay, there you go. Yeah, that dude needs a little bit of buildup, right? This is a huge year for Trevor Lawrence, because I'm really questioning that guy too, to where it's like, okay, is this guy? I know bad systems, I know coaching changes, I get all of that, but it's like we should have these guys at a point where we're not having that discussion about them, because they're supposed to exceed expectations.
So
and some of these guys
Miami,
just don't do that.
Yeah, you're supposed to exceed expectations, but
Absolutely.
that's all sunshine and rainbows, and that's a Rocky. Everybody keeps asking me, where's that quote from? Sunshine and rainbows. It's Rocky Balboa. Rocky Balboa used to say that shit. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows, right? You're gonna take.
I remember that.
Okay, where the thing that I wanted to bring up today, the scenario here that I'm looking at, because I gotta do my research, guys. So I want to throw this question out to the family, and I know Rob's in the chat here too. So Rob, I'm gonna go with you here as the lead. Do you target New England this week? Like, how often are you going to be taking New England on this Survivor League? Right? New England plays Miami. Okay. After what you saw, Double R, out of Miami last week. Now, remember, they still have the pieces, but it looks like they just can't figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We both think we both think that, or I think you're with me here. New England, a wild card team?
I think they are.
Do we waste New England right now on this? I mean, surely there's got to be better matchups or better games for week 2.
Yeah. I thought that we would. I thought that I would see a little bit more out of New England. I kind of had higher aspirations there. And of course, the first thing that I'm going to when I'm watching these quarterbacks, I'm like, okay, who's going to have the sophomore slump? That may be Bo Nix. Sorry to say, but I'm not sure. It may be a little too early to waste New England at this point.
Troy just sent. Damn, dude, Troy, that's brutal. Troy just sent me a picture of his props from last night. Yeah, if he would have checked down and hit Swift on that, amigo, man, that's a nice little payday for you. Well, Rodney, we got to get into this prop betting thing. We got to get back into the underdog fantasy scene.
There goes Caleb. Hey, right, quick wags.
Caleb. There he goes.
There's Caleb right there, man. There goes Caleb. Friends, Cover Bee Cave, coverbcave.com. New or pre-owned car, trucks, or SUVs. They got them. They got them by the fullness out there at the beautiful Covert Bee Cave lot. Here's a word from Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, Join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Aiden, thanks, Dan. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Check them out at covertbeecave.com. McCall Custom Homes, friends, getting cooler. I was out this morning. Felt really cool out there. You're going to want to spend more time outside right now as we head towards fall. Football's here, and it's a lot more pleasant to be outside in the afternoons and the mornings. And if you've got an outdoor space that you want renovated or you want to build an outdoor space, man, there's one call to make. 512-633-9580. It's our friends at McCall Custom Homes, Mike McCall and his crews. They'll make their way out there. Hey, check out the gallery of projects, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. They can do the indoor stuff as well. They're going to come in, and like I've talked so many times, the trades are amazing. They come in. Hello, my name is so-and-so. Here's what I'm going to be doing today. Do you have any questions? When they're done, they come in. Hey, come over here, take a look. Here's what I did today. Do you have any questions? Is there anything that I may need to change? That's how these guys do business. They've been doing it for over 40 years. They're the best in town. Absolutely the best in town. Check them out at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Again, free estimates if you're a TSU listener, 512-633-9580. Check out our man, Mike McCall. Might even get some golf advice from him when he comes out to meet you, because he's coming out to meet you himself, and he's also going to take your phone call himself. McCall Custom Homes. Check him out today. We build value into your home.
There you go, man. You want to play some Tom McKay real quick so I can go pee?
Absolutely. Got to talk about Tom McKay.
Right, I mean, I got to be transparent, dude. It's too late to send you a message now, and I'm sitting here. Whenever you see me doing this and shaking my legs,
gotta take a leak.
You should know that it's kind of like a dog, itching the damn ear, man. I got
the hose is on. The spigot has been turned on for my man Wags. Audio-visual consultation. Great weekend watching. I mean, seriously, man, it was Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Trickled in some NASCAR, trickled in some Formula One, trickled in some golf. All of that. That's what you can do as well if you get your home theater system set up by Audio-Visual Consultations. You may be looking for a 3 TV setup like I have. You may be looking for a 4 TV setup like BK has, like what Wags has. Bucky has it. Chip has it. AV Consultations has taken care of all of us, and they can take care of you as well. 255-8678. It's football season. How about Tom and the kid tell you a little bit more about AV?
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for Audio-Visual Consultations. Football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audio-Visual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Absolutely. Check them out today is Audio-Visual Consultations. The thing is with the Cowboys right there, Jason makes a really good point on the Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch chat to where with the Cowboys. And I think it's just, Wags, the unpredictability of what you're going to get out of this team, out of the Cowboys franchise, because you would think that with everything that we saw on Thursday night, that you would have that expectation and that hope that you are trending in the right direction. But it's you've just seen it countless times to where, like we talk about with Texas, with the sloppiness and the focus sometimes, to where it's like that just goes away and you come out and you're believing in yourself a little bit too much and you give a lack of effort. And I mean, let's look at this. I mean,
wait, you thought there was a lack of effort from the Cowboys one?
No, where they tend to after a performance like
a drop off,
the drop off.
Okay,
you're going to have them back home. They're going to come.
I don't think you're going to struggle
walking through the bar and all that shit. It's a distraction. It's a pomp and circumstance.
Since Eli's left, it's been a different story, right? Like they used to roll up in there, and I see Beaver Lance's Jason's comment about how the Giants used to own Jerry World. That was true, right? But that was also under Eli Manning. I'm not saying that the quarterback play was exceptional, with Eli Manning, but I still think the quarterback play has been a lot better during that era than we've had in the recent years with Daniel Dimes or Danny Dimes. It would be nice to see him rejuvenate his career or kind of rekindle it in Indianapolis. The dude made a lot of money. I guess he's got some type of skill. Like if he's what you're going with, there's got to be some really bad quarterback play in Indianapolis. Or in the NFL if he's still around here getting a job, right?
And with the Giants, yes, they are not.
It was that bad.
They're in the bottom level. They're in the bottom level of NFL teams. But you know what?
They're one of the worst 3 teams in the NFL.
Yeah. 3 to 5, 6.
Russell Wilson was their leading rusher, right? And it was under. I don't even have it pulled up. It was under 50, I think. Has to be under 50. I think it was under 40. But he was their leading rusher, and that was basically just off of pocket breakdowns and pass protections, and then him scrambling and running for his life because he's not throwing the ball anymore. But
these are teams that the Cowboys bring out the best in situation. But I will say, because I saw it mentioned right there in the Dak era,
you're like a wounded dog here.
I am,
man.
Or
a person in a relationship that's been battered and abused.
It is.
You're just not seeing clearly and
I've been
seeing
socked in
reality.
the face so many times by this franchise. But my man Dak is really good against the Giants.
Have you seen his record against the Giants?
Hey,
I think he's only lost twice. Maybe once. I might be wrong. Maybe once. I think he only has one loss against the Giants in his career.
To be high on the Cowboys, Dak looked exceptional to me on Thursday night.
Dak looks like he's flowing, right?
Dak looked like a bad motherfucker on Thursday night.
A couple of drops.
That's the only way to say it.
A couple of drops, right? And that's the only Jalen Carter being, dismissed from the game 6 seconds in. But I mean, a couple of drops in that. Dallas looked like they could, they should have stole that game, honestly. They had a chance to do it. Times 2 points with division on the line too, man. Let it slip away. But no, it's weird too. Like as bad as the Giants played, and I hate going back to the Giants. I'm sorry, I'll get off the Giants here in just a second. I just wanted to get this out as well. As bad as the Giants played on Sunday, they were still in that damn game in the fourth quarter. I mean, dude, it was an 8-point game. It was 14-6 in the fourth quarter. And of course, then the Giants are going to giant. But I mean, the defense can only play at that type of level for so long until they're just worn out, right? And the defense was on the field a lot for the Giants. But yeah, I mean, that's if there's one saving grace, if there's a breath of fresh air or some optimism, some hope, it is that the defensive side of the ball. But the offense, it's just puttering too much, and you have a quarterback inefficiency right now, right? Quarterback disparity.
Yeah.
So you solve that and remedy that, you're going to continue to go. I've seen a lot of people say that, it's bad leadership and, it's a bad organization. I actually like the Maras. I think the Maras, run a good ship or run a tight program. I think maybe in the older age, it's kind of slipped away just a little bit, but under general manager's got to go. Like Schoen absolutely has to get the hell out of there. It's been detrimental to the organization. And I agree with Jake too. I think Dable can coach. Maybe it's a bad situation, bad leadership that he's under with Schoen, but ultimately I think Dable's more suited for a coordinator position until, or he can find I don't know, maybe he could make something work with Miami, but I also think McDaniel can make
that dude's going to get fired.
I don't know, man. I'll take McDaniel, bro. He's my can you just see him chopping it up, smoking a blunt or whatever, looking over at you, dude? He should have ran right there, man. Should have ran right. I should have. You know what? Next time when we get in that situation, I'll call a different play, man.
Yeah. And we're talking about Cowboys and Giants and the Commanders. It kind of took them a little bit there to get going. But meanwhile, Philadelphia signs Tank Bigsby.
I know. What do you think?
Always making deals, man.
Good little trade there. Now they just add to their backfield, right? So once Saquon Barkley gets done running you ragged, they're just going to bring this little ball of wrecking, danger or just a hellacious ball of fire here, and he's just going to come in and beat the brakes off of you in the submission. Good little goal line. I mean, not that they needed anything with Saquon Barkley, but nice little goal line play to have Tank Bigsby there.
Yeah, man, I tell you, it's like Philadelphia. I mean, this organization, they're like the weed dealer at the corner. These dudes are always making deals.
The weed dealer at the corner,
and it's like,
dude, they are making some moves. They always make some damn moves,
and they find the steals. Wags, it's like, man, you add this. Great question from Jason. The bounce back in week 2, because the Ravens. I mean, again, you had that, and the Ravens. The Ravens. I mean, come on, Lamar, come on. We've had this conversation last week.
There's just something like Harbaugh. I lost the stat, but I saw the stat since 2011 or 21. I can't think of when it was, man. I'm sorry. But I saw this stat. I was reading it late at night, and like Harbaugh's like one of the worst coaches, almost like Jeff Fisher type of realm, right? In terms of letting fourth quarter leads be blown. Like he's lost that. Man, it's getting bad. And my dad, to his credit, he's been saying this shit. He goes, the problem's Harbaugh. The Harbaugh's got to go. It's not Lamar. The problem's Harbaugh. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, you're crazy, man. You got one of the best, winningest coaches in the NFL. But you look at the stats, and in close games, Harbaugh lets it slip. Yeah. He clinches up. I don't know what it is. It's not. It used to be. It used to happen under Flacco too. So it's different, man. It's different in times of crunch and crucial times, man.
And I gotta tell you,
crunch time. Woo!
I know I'm hard on Lamar, but the thing is, that dude, man, he is just a one-man wrecking crew. I mean, you sit there and you watch that guy, and it's like, dude, and that's why I'm like, dude, you got to get over the hump. You've got to, I mean, you've done so much, but it's like, finish the story. Book in this. I know he's got years to play and money to make.
It was play calling, man. They started going with, they stopped doing the plays that were getting them yards and getting them chunk plays, and they started going real conservative and real predictable too. Like, of course, it's 3rd and 8. Of course, Lamar's going to throw, right? Understandably so, right? They started throwing on 1st down instead of running it with Henry. Talk about predictability, though. Like, that's one thing that you can be predictable with, right? When you have Derrick Henry in your backfield and he's averaging 5 yards a pop, turn around and let that beast eat. Right?
And then he fumbles, though. That's where it's like, so that dude fumbles. It's like, wait a minute.
So you go, you can't put the ball on the ground. You just can't.
You can't.
We talked about this yesterday, right? But again, like, how often does that happen? I don't have the stats on how many times Derrick Henry fumbles, or I guess I should pull that up if I'm going to be talking about it. But
it's just at the wrong time, like we talked about with
inopportune time, dude. And you can't do it against a team like that, or you can't do it against any team, but you can't do it against a team like the Bills that are going to capitalize on it. But yeah, just unfortunate. The Ravens are there. They're sometimes they kind of look like the Chargers out there, where they just can't get out of their own way. Play call. I thought the play calling just got conservative, and they shelled up. Right? Like, it sucks.
And then with Bucky,
I'm a Ravens fan too, I guess. The Baltimore spirit in me still. It's I don't know. It's kind of a cop out to say that you have 2 teams, right? But ultimately, I root for the Giants, but it's hard to not root for the Ravens. It's hard to not pull for them. It just is. Naturally.
And then with Buffalo, I mean, when you want to talk about just gritty, just grind your teeth out, just good, just Josh Allen. I mean, that dude, he's just a gut check guy.
He's just a ball player. He's a ball player.
That's it. But Baltimore allowed them the opportunity to get back to get back in that ball game. That's where you go back to that, to where we got Buffalo, obviously great team, great potential, probably going to be in the AFC Championship, and probably play the Ravens again. But it's like,
I don't
know. Baltimore
at
the end of the game allowed them the chance to win that game.
You don't think Denver figures it out?
I'm glad they got a good defense, because that's gonna hopefully.
Well, that's just it. Like, I mean, Cam Ward, I thought, was able to kind of again, week 1. I get it. It's week 1 for everybody. It's week 1 for the defense too. But I thought Cam Ward was able to find some holes and kind of move up and down on that defense for a little bit, right? I mean, hell, it was only 15 points, 13 points, some shit like that.
Which is good, but well, I mean, not good. I mean, not good for Denver, but I don't know, man. I think that Bo may be the quarterback that kind of takes a little step back. I'm not saying,
I don't think so.
We talk about Houston. We talk about Stroud last year, where folks are like, "Oh, sophomore jinx." Well, they were still in the playoffs. They won a playoff game. so it's like, I mean, that's
there's a lot more tape and a lot more film out on.
That's what changes, right?
Out on Knicks now too, right? So,
yeah,
I think the same thing for Daniels too. Like Giants, I thought the Giants contained Daniels pretty well for the most part. Like you can't allow that dude on the field as much as you did on Sunday and not expect him to make some magic, right? They contained him for as long as they could. Any other games that you want to go around the NFL?
The game I really enjoyed watching.
Are the Chargers for real?
Seems like it after week 1.
Biggest shock to me was the Raiders taking New England. Honestly,
yeah. I really thought that the Texans would beat the Rams. That was just a good football game. That was a good defensive. That was two really good offensive lines.
You're usually big on the Rams.
Yeah, I know. I tell you one thing: if Stafford goes down, that dude's thrown for 60,000 yards. Man, that everything's going to cycle through Stafford.
Bennett is their backup. Is that who their backup is?
I think that's who the backup is. But for the Texans, for Texan fans, you're in the same problem again. They're already injury riddled. I mean, you got Tank Dell's hurt. Christian Kirk didn't. Christian Kirk was going to come in and kind of fill the void a little bit. I mean, it was all Nico Collins. Christian Kirk didn't play. You've got, the center's hurt. The Texans are already down that same road again of a mash unit, but they play in that division. So
right, that's the one saving grace.
Yeah, but the Colts look real. Maybe that's the biggest overreaction of week 1.
Colts looked pretty good, or Miami looked that. It's either the Colts are good or Miami is in disarray. Okay, the Dolphins are in disarray. Browns are little shocking. Actually, that's not shocking because the Bengals defense is lame and the Browns offense is lame. So it's kind of like the best of both of these teams we're kind of gonna negate, right? Like you're gonna get the best defense, one of the best defenses going up against one of the best offenses, right? And you're gonna get one of the worst defenses going up against one of the worst offenses. So it kind of negates itself a little bit, and that's kind of turned out on the field that way too, right? Yeah, 17-6. It was a kind of a dud of the game, and if the Browns make that kick, we're looking at the Bengals as at 0-1 to the Browns here, man, with ×2 caliber on the line there.
I hear you, man. I hear you, dude. And
that's just it. Like the Bengals they can lose games like this, right? Like I want to put them in that tier, that contender tier. I mean, shit, they're only 2-3 years removed from the Super Bowl, right? I want to put them in that tier of contention, but I can't. Like I can't take them seriously because of their defense. It's just so shit.
And this is where I think that this year maybe it'll be different, because on the organizational stuff that they've gone out, that they've signed the people that they need to sign. They made the moves. They paid the dude on defense, paid the receivers, have all of that done. There's not this cloud hanging over them, and they come out, but they're not good on week 1 games. I mean, the Bengals aren't good in week 1 games, but yeah, the Browns. And let's say I thought the Falcons looked. I thought at one point the Falcons were going to win that ball game, because you kind of had some pieces coming together. Well, Baker Mayfield. You want to talk about?
Dude, I mean, Bijan looked great. Bijan Robinson looked fantastic. I think I would love to see him involved on the ground and pound a little bit more, but I mean, through the air, I think he had over 100. I got him on both my dynasty teams. I think he had over 100 yards.
Yeah, Bijan.
No, he had 100 yards. He had 6 receptions. Beg your pardon, 6 receptions and a TD for 100 yards there, man.
Yeah.
So out of the bat, like he's getting involved, kind of like you and I thought he would be, right? Like, just because they can't get, for some reason, even with Penix, they still can't get vertical with London and Pitts, right? It's unexplainable to me.
Yeah.
Did people just miss on Drake London and he can't get separation, or they just can't scheme? Ultimately, I'm not watching enough Falcons film to find out, so I got to look into that, I guess.
I saw, because that one kept popping up on Red Zone, because it was close, and I would see Drake London with a lot of curl routes, a lot of hitch routes, 7 yards and in, and I'm like, what are you doing with that? I mean, that's more Kyle Pitts, where I would think, where they're not really taking the deep shot, but Tampa Bay
in general, do they not take deep shots?
Not when I saw, but of course, usually with red zone, they show them in the red zone,
right?
So there weren't a lot of plays. I mean, Ray McLeod and these guys. I don't know. Everything runs through Bijan Robinson, and that's where
so though. I mean, hell, I mean, if I had a guy like that, he would touch the ball as much as possible, man. 40 touches at least.
Yeah, but
but the counterpoint to your point, counter to that is, if everything runs through Bijan, you can key on him though. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. But kind of that thing right there where the question was about bounce back, from these guys that, dude, I got a Thursday night game, the Commanders and the Packers, man. Here we go.
Give me the Packers, man. Packers look good, dude.
Packers
look good, and let me tell you, they're only going to get better with Micah. They are. They absolutely
Packers just look really, really good, man. I think kind of looking at the Broncos and Colts. That game's in Indianapolis. That's going to be real emotional, Mr. Irsay and so forth.
Hold on 1 second there. Before we go into week 2, I just wanted to finish up with some week 1. Are the Jets? I know the Jets lost, but they hung up 32 on one of the best defenses in the NFL. With TJ, of course, the splits are out there, but TJ Watt was out there. All right.
Yeah.
With TJ Watt, this defense is one of the best out there. Newly addition Jalen Ramsey. They got some all pros. They should be able to wreck some shop, right? The Jets hung up 32. All right. Are the Jets for real? And Aaron Rodgers looked great too, by the way.
He did.
I won't say great. He made some great plays, but he looked like he was 4 years younger.
Yeah,
right? So he looked like he was taking some miracle juice or drinking that ayahuasca stuff that he likes to have fun with. So he was in a different realm, buddy. He was in a different realm. He looked a little younger. He looked fresh. Looked like he had some fresh legs out there. There were times when the rush got to him and he couldn't get away from it, but it kind of just all came collapsing down on him. But ultimately, when he ran that bootleg and was able to, who the hell did he hit there? Was that that wasn't Metcalf? For the touch. Who did he hit?
I tell you what to watch Rodgers, and it's frustrating to watch that dude when he sits there, and even now, and he did that. He's done this all his career, but the one thing that he still does, like when we talk about Arch Manning and side arming shit and all this, that, and the other. Aaron Rodgers is just so good when the pocket collapses where he just zings a ball out. And it's like, how'd he do that? It's just like,
some quarterbacks can do that type of different. They can just make their arm slides go differently, right? Like
I'm waiting one day for like this whole part of his arm to just fly off when he's like, poof. I'm like, dude, looks like a ninja. And I hate to say that. That's a compliment to Aaron Rodgers. But he does. He looks. He's drinking something out of the fountain of youth, and the Jets. I mean, I like what I saw from Justin Fields, but again, don't hang your receiver out, dude. That was.
I mean, it was again. You got to consider the situation, right? Like it's the end of the game. They're pressing. Fields is just looking to make a play too. It was going so fast they didn't even see Ramsey there. And like as soon as he released that ball, his first thought was, "Oh shit!" You go back to the film, like you even see him go, "God!" Like that wasn't because they didn't get the first down or whatever. It's because that he just hung Wilson out to get crucified, just absolutely planted. That sucks, especially seeing one of the hometown boys go down like that. But I mean, are the Jets putting up 32 points? That's efficient football, like, and you'd like to think that on the other side of the green, the Jets can get their defense somewhat figured out too. they have a chance to make a little bit of noise in that division with Miami struggling a little bit. But watch out for the Patriots too. Remember, we talked about, just because the Patriots lost to Oakland, which that's not a backhanded compliment or a slap either, right? Like Pete Carroll might be figuring some shit out. I didn't agree with letting Jacobs go, right? To kind of, find, I guess, the same type of running back. Well, apparently, Ashton Genty's supposed to be a generational back, but I still think, the Raiders, regardless of letting some of their all-pro people go, they got some talent in there too. So I don't want to say that losing to the Raiders is detrimental, but because there's some talent on there, right? But I mean, I didn't expect Geno Smith to be able to do what he was going to do. I still think I got the Patriots is going to be one of my surprise teams to still get in there and be a wild card team, regardless of the loss that they had against Week 1. But with some of the things that I've seen in Week 1,
Pats and Jets are going to have a slugfest. Yeah,
you're right. Like the Jets could be. And the only reason I'm saying it is because it was against Pittsburgh's defense, right? A healthy Pittsburgh defense. Maybe maybe the Jets could make some noise.
They might. I think they and the Patriots are going to be maybe a game or two apart throughout the season as that goes. So that'll be fun to watch in the East. Friends, Hecht Law Firm, got to talk about them. New lawyer in town. When that storm hits, be sure and call our man Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin. He's a proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer, guys. He's a friend, and he's a Longhorn through and through. Somebody said, a lawyer, your friend? Yeah. Lawyer's your friend. It's your confidant. They take care of you. If you're injured in a car accident, hurt on the job, dog bite, random dog bite, you're out and about on these cool mornings or cool evenings.
Karens, if you got Karens coming to take a ball from you.
Yeah, Karen comes and breaks into your house to steal your baseball for crying out loud. Yeah, I mean, forget that. I've got a Warren Moon signed helmet over there. If Karen shows up, I'm calling Ryan Hurricane Hecht to get my signed Warren Moon helmet. Cool thing, friends, you don't pay unless you win. That's right. No retainers, no fees, none of that stuff. You don't pay unless you win. He's aggressive in court, compassionate with clients, Austin-based and Texas proud, friend of the show, fighter for the people. Talk about him all the time. Great buddy of BK's. They go back over 10 years, smart, tough, and relentless. Don't take that call from that big insurance company. You say, nope, you call the Hurricane. You call Ryan Hurricane Hecht. I ain't dealing with you, Steve Harvey. Bob Barker, whoever's wanting to make a deal, that ain't happening. Call him today, 512-938-8929. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. ryan@HECHTlawfirm.com. Put that number in your phone, 512-938-8929. Looky there.
Gents, what's
the
up?
The men of the 10 o'clock hour.
How are we doing? We didn't see you yesterday. How was NFL week for you, bud?
It was great. We're just gonna forget about what the Texans did and not.
That was a hard fought battle right there, dude. That was a hard fought battle. That was good old fashioned football right there.
Rodney, are you a sympathy fan? Are you a Texan sympathy fan? Are you kind of like me with the Ravens? Like
I'm getting close to that point. I realize I'm entering a season telling everyone, "Oh, I don't care," but maybe I really don't.
It's Jay Guns. It's week 1, and Turbo is getting ready to jump off the cliff with Thelma and Louise.
Got too many people hurt already again. Turbo.
We made it 8 months, and they couldn't even score one touchdown. Like, this is.
See, Wags, that's how we Texans are about our football teams. To where it's like no matter what they do, it's like no.
Could be Giants fans,
but I will say, it all the games on Monday night and Sunday night all made up for it. Although I was on the wrong side with a wager on each of those, but I thought the Baltimore game lived up to all the hype, and I think that it's going to be the AFC Championship this year, just based on the way the Kansas City looked too. It's going to be and that could really be the next great sports rivalry.
Yep.
So, do you think the page has already been turned on Kansas City? I say already. They've only been doing this thing for 5 years. So
I think the only way that you're going to be able to keep this up this season, if Worthy's out, then I think they should go out and get Tyreek Hill back. If you can't do that,
what's that going to cost?
A third, Well,
Miami might be
a
sellers
Chiefs
sooner than
second.
later. Mhm.
News broke this morning. Tyreek Hill has another domestic violence.
Yeah,
allegation.
but that's not a
That's nothing for Andy Reid. He'll take that.
right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's Andy Reid's entire team, right? I mean, shit.
But they had him when he first got the allegations.
Yeah, I
you know?
know.
Like
It motivates him.
you might as well see it through.
I'm sorry, we shouldn't joke about that.
No.
So what? I didn't watch the Texans game. I was watching Red Zone. How'd they get their ass kicked so bad? Because didn't they lose by like 3 scores?
They lost by 5 points.
No,
14-9. Yeah, 14-9.
They showed Red Zone at one point, but they were down like 14 or 16, 17 at one point, right?
They were
14-9. The final.
No, it was just 14-9.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was always a 1-score game the entire game.
Trench warfare
Texans
battle.
were up.
Yeah.
9-6, I think at one point, 9-3 maybe. And then just kind of fell apart completely. I mean, no score at all in the second half.
Yep.
And they should have won, yeah.
They should have.
Rob Tondra said it. They should have won. They got a big fumble right outside of the 2-minute, and then fumbled it right back to the Rams. So not much.
Need some Joe Mixon. Get some Joe Mixon in there. That'll fix some of that.
Real quick, 1 second. Just wanted to address one of these comments real quick from Troy. Hey, Troy hits up Wags. Let's do a Sunday underdog fantasy, or we could. There's a possibility we could roll a prop show out there, Troy. There's some ideas out there. A few people have hit me up trying to do some shows. I just don't know. It's like Bed Bath & Beyond, buddy. I don't know if I'm going to have enough time. I got to check it out with the boss here at Casa de Wagner to make sure that, especially with the pool going down and going in. So a lot of moving parts. I don't know if bringing the weekend show back right now is a good idea, but ultimately we're trying to do another edition of a show. I think with Walsh and I'll keep you guys tuned in on that and get you guys on the show for maybe some guest appearances too, if we can't do anything. But yeah, be looking for that. Great idea. I appreciate y'all. What's on the slate today, guys?
A little bit of reaction from Saturday's game, from recruits, some commits, and looking forward to what we've got going on this weekend. Some basketball recruiting activity kind of ramping up. So just kind of hit a few things today.
That's all great, but the thing that I'm really looking forward to hearing is some of the party scenes that are still going down on the 40 there. What's going down in Jester? Turboff, what's up, man?
I've never ever known what is.
No, all right.
Yeah, I think I'm a little too old to know at this point.
All right, amigo.
It said bullshit detected. Take precaution.
Oh,
okay. Bullshit button. I'm gonna start using.
All right, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, boys. We're gonna get out of your all here, man. Let you all get the show on the road.
See you later, guys.
Y'all have a great one, man. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you guys.
We'll see you.
All right. Well, welcome to the Tuesday edition of the Lone Star Playbook. I am Will Turboff, joined by your everyday host, Jordan Scruggs. Jordan, coming out of week 1 of the NFL, week 2 of college football, what's one hot thing you want to start with today?
We'll talk about Texas. I want to talk about Sunbelt Billy first. Billy Napier and the Florida Gators are traveling to Death Valley this week to take on LSU. Wow. LSU is ranked number 3.
LSU is ranked number 3. They have the best win of the season to this point, other than Ohio State.
Wow. I didn't realize they were 3. But going into Death Valley, it's a night game. People in Louisiana will have been drinking since 9 in the morning. Never a good thing when you got to play there at night, and that's what they have to do. After that, they have Miami at Hard Rock. They have Texas in the Swamp. They have A&M at Kyle Field. And then they have Mississippi State in the Swamp. And call me crazy here. Like, you look at the schedule, and it's like, yeah, Mississippi State is the worst team. They are, but
they should be ranked this week, though.
Have you looked at Mississippi State's schedule?
I saw that they play a pretty easy SEC schedule.
Yeah, somewhat.
All things considered.
Yeah, So they started off, they whooped Southern Miss's ass. They beat Arizona State this past weekend. They have Alcorn State this weekend, Northern Illinois the following weekend, Then they have Tennessee at home and A&M on the road. But, like, they can go into the Texas game anywhere between 4-3 and, like, 5-2, 6-1.
We're talking about Mississippi State, right?
Yeah. I'm talking
Okay,
about Mississippi
okay. I thought we were still on Florida here.
Yeah, but, like,
well, we've got the
Florida might not even beat them is what I'm trying to say.
Right. And I think the bigger question is it a guaranteed that Billy Napier is the coach of Florida football by the time that the Texas heads to the Swamp? Because you're playing at LSU and at Miami. Those are two top 5 road matchups. I think they dropped this game at LSU by 2 scores at least. The one in Miami is really, in my eyes, a toss-up just based on the way that game went last year. It means more to Florida than it probably ever has. But, if they're 1-4 heading into game 2 of the SEC schedule, it's going to be hard to justify, keeping him around. And I think that would be the one, if Texas were to beat Florida in the Swamp, at this point, that is the expectation. Then I wouldn't imagine that Napier makes it to College Station on October 11th.
Yeah. The crazy thing, though, about this whole Florida situation is, like, realistically, he should have been fired a year ago. They didn't want to pay the buyout, and especially, last year, no one wanted to pay the buyout. Rev share was coming up. They wanted to save as much money as possible. But, Will, I don't know if you know this. There's no OC. He calls the plays, and that's been well documented this week because he keeps saying, I'm the play caller. I'm calling plays. I do it my way, whatever, right? So, the interim OC or the making an OC an interim head coach isn't possible, really, unless it's a guy that, like Kyle Flood, had the title but didn't actually call plays. It was just so he could get a pay bump. And then the defensive coordinator. I don't even know who it is because Austin Armstrong got fired. He's now at Houston. I can't name the Florida defensive coordinator. Is it Ron Roberts still?
I think it may be, yeah.
Yeah. If Ron Roberts is coaching, I had to deal with Ron Roberts because he was the Baylor defensive coordinator when I covered Baylor. Total dumbass. Doesn't care about recruit. Or I shouldn't say dumbass, but horrific recruiter. Didn't really have anything to do or want anything to do with recruiting. And, he got fired from Baylor because after they lost all the rules, old players that were in year 5 or 6, he was coaching the guys he recruited that stunk, and they stunk. Their defense stunk. And they brought back who is the Baylor co-DC right now? He calls plays. He's the safeties coach.
Matt Powledge.
They brought back Matt Powledge from Baylor, or from Oregon, who was originally at Baylor and only spent 1 season at Oregon, and now he's the one everyone wants fired at Baylor. So, this is a train wreck. It truly is. And it's not like with Auburn a few years ago where they had, an assistant coach that I think might have been associate head coach, and he was the most respected coach on staff. Cadillac Williams, right? Former player, played there. All the players loved him. They don't have a figure like that on staff either. So, if you fire Sunbelt Billy, it's only going to go down, as crazy as that sounds, with whoever the interim is because the rest of his staff is stinky. So I could see them trying to let it ride out longer. I do think Billy Napier will be coaching versus Texas on October 4th. Is he coaching after October 4th? I'm not sure because, we're expecting them to lose these next 3 games, LSU, Miami, and Texas. But it's, unless he's getting beat by 40 points, we'll see.
Yeah, that's my question is what is it going to take in these 2 games? Because you get blown out, you lose by 14 or 21 or 24 at Baton Rouge. That's not, it's bad, but it's gone a lot worse for other people. And I think you would say the same thing about Miami. You saw that Miami just beat Notre Dame in Hard Rock. The bar is high for both those places right now. LSU has not had that big home game. The big game they've won this year was on the road in the other Death Valley in Spartanburg. But I'm really not sure what it takes here. I think combined loss by maybe 50 in those 2 games is what it would take for him to be fired before they play Texas. And I really just think 3 losses in a row does it. unless they're all three close games or two of them were close games. They should have won one of them. But I would put the chances on him and College Station below about 40%.
Yeah. I just, with what his buyout is, I mean, I think it's the same no matter what, because he has to get fired before signing day. And I think it's the same between now and signing day. But, I mean, dude, with what the interim staff would be, you almost want to hold on to him until November. And one thing I'm very curious to see, like, look, at this point, he has to know he's getting canned. Are we going to see him go out there versus LSU and he's just calling deep shots every play? Just like, man, fuck it. You know, I'm already out of here. We might as well just have some fun. Like, I'd love to see that. And I think they can beat LSU, as crazy as it sounds. And it's it's fascinating to think because, like, Brian Kelly's at LSU. He took the job at LSU the same offseason Billy Napier took the job at Florida. And, like, they really aren't that different. Like, yes, the records have been different. Brian Kelly's won 10 games twice at LSU, but I mean, think about, like, Brian Kelly would be in such a similar boat to Billy Napier right now if they lost that game versus Clemson, because LSU fans couldn't deal with him losing season openers. And Will, I don't know how much you paid attention. I didn't watch it. I only saw the box score. But LSU, La Tech. Like, that game seemed
there, yeah.
Somewhat close.
It was just kind of an odd game. LSU just really could never get it going. It didn't seem like it was really much about the competition. The offense wasn't clicking for some reason. Wanted to bring this up before we go game by game for Florida. Here's their 2026 commit list. For as long as we've been doing the show, I feel like one of our recurring topics has been which big recruiting class will be torn apart early on. And we had thought maybe LSU or Oklahoma would be that team. It doesn't seem like it's going to be either one of them. And Florida is the one that makes the most sense at this point. On this list, you see a good amount of guys that Texas was involved with at one point. Kendall Graville, who was, a silent Texas commit for as much as we know, named Texas as his leader several times, including during his official visit. And then, 2 weeks later ended up committing to Florida instead. David Gross is one, in-state guy, high in-state guy that Texas just was not interested in down the stretch. Same thing with KJ Ford. Hezzy Kent, the 6'6", 310, and maybe a little bit bigger than 310, jumbo tight end, one that Texas finished, I believe, third in behind Florida and Georgia. I don't know what ended up being the second team in that one. But it didn't seem like Texas.
They either offered him and never recruited him, or they never offered him and kind of treated him like Texas did Davian Gross, where they just didn't recruit him. It was one of the two.
Yeah. Justin Williams, your boy. You always thought that Texas should have gone after him.
They should.
Carson Baker would be, an interesting one. I think maybe the time has passed, but Texas was very interested in Carson Baker around April and May. Attempted to get him up for an unofficial and an official visit. Neither one of those ended up happening. It was pretty clear that once he took an official visit to Florida, that was going to be the team to beat. Ended up getting a commitment from him in the middle of June. Draylen McCoy, another guy. Texas really felt good about him at one point too. It seemed like Ole Miss had a lead for a while, and then Texas kind of came over. I know there were a couple other schools. It didn't seem like it was going to be Florida, and then just right, like I said, right around the same time, Carson Baker. They took a lead probably the week leading up to his commitment, ended up getting that one. And I think that's about it. So at least 5 guys on this list that Texas was legitimately involved with at one point. And it would be really interesting to see if Napier's fired, they're all, they all have open recruitments. There's no one they can say they're locked in Florida and that they're still committed. But every single one of these players will be on the open market. And I guess only time will tell to see if Texas decides to go after any of them.
Yeah, I see some questions in the chat about the Texas game. We'll get to that. Want to talk about some of these Florida commits you brought up. Kendall Graville tore his ACL week 1 of this season, so he's missing the rest of his senior campaign, unfortunately. But, I mean, this is a kid and a prospect that Texas absolutely loved, and they still love. They're still in touch with him. So he could be one, obviously. It'll be interesting because, if Florida, they cannot fire Napier. I keep saying this. They need to wait until November. And when they do that, they have to have a backdoor handshake agreement with whoever the next coach is. They can even work on this next month. I've talked about this before. Oklahoma, had the backdoor handshake with Mateer. I can say Mateer. I'm pretty sure Arbuckle as well, but I know for a fact Mateer. 3 days before Jackson Arnold in Oklahoma beat Alabama in Tuscaloosa. It was already done he was going there. Because that's just how this works nowadays in college football. That's what it is, right? And everyone looked at Mateer and Arbuckle by week 3 or week 4 of last season and said, this OC is either going to become a head coach or he's going to take a humongous OC job at a school, like an SEC program or a Big Ten program, something big. And then Mateer kept balling his ass off, and the portal was a lot weaker than other people thought, where the top QBs in the portal are Darian Mensah's and John Mateer's. So it fell into place. What I'm trying to say, though, with Florida, they need to approach this hire very carefully. Yes, Scott Strickland, they won a natty in basketball this year, so that's got a lot of the weight off his back because he's who hired that basketball coach. For forgetting his name, all I remember about him is the student newspaper tried to take him down, and they kind of covered that up. But anyways, I didn't know this until this morning, reading into the Florida stuff. Their president, they were going to hire the president from Michigan to be the president of the University of Florida, and the Florida State University system basically denied it. So they're now on their second interim president, whose contract is going to expire either in April or May of next year. So at this point, Scott Strickland and Napier are kind of tied together, or at least I should say Strickland is tied in for the long haul because he got an extension after they won the natty in basketball, where he's now there till the 2031 or 2030. So that said, Strickland is going to be making this hire, and you would assume if you're in the AD, you would assume he's getting fired no matter what, but if you're the AD and there's no actual active president, you want to make that hire and hire your guy before the president can come in and veto that or whatnot. And they can hire a president before the interim's time runs out. So it's going to be very interesting who that coach would be, because some of these players are really talented. You brought it up. You can expect this class to get picked apart if Napier gets fired. But, think about this, Will. Is Kendall Gervo or KJ Ford or Davian Gross or Hezzy Kent, are these guys going to Florida because of Billy Napier? These guys going to Florida because they grew up wanting to be Gators so bad. I can tell you with confidence the kids from the state of Texas, not the case. So if you make a good enough hire, and it's, hey, remember that NIL deal we gave you that you couldn't say no to and that you had to commit to us because it was so good? Yeah, we're adding $50K a year on top of what the deal already was. We want you to play for this new head coach. And we're losing half the damn roster to the portal, so your chance to play as a freshman increases.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to keep some guys, other guys they won't be able to. It's going to be very interesting to see how it unfolds.
There's definitely something to it, but these guys are also going to get deals at every other school, and there is something to familiarity. I covered Nebraska when Scott Frost was fired in 2022, and got to see kind of how that whole class reacted to it, because it was a lot of out-of-state guys. It was actually more out-of-state guys than even Rule is taken at this point and has been kind of crucified for. And that was before, your mid-level freshmen are getting paid what they are now. This was 3 cycles ago now. It's a little bit different at a program like Florida than it was at Nebraska. But I do think there's going to be some holdovers here. A lot of the in-state guys will probably stay put. I would imagine their quarterback commit, Will Griffin. I'm not sure what other options he has at this point. But that's a guy from Tampa at Jesuit High School out there.
He's going to stay. He's like the 30th person in this family to go to Florida.
Right.
He grew up rooting for them. So he's
you're going to get some guys that are lifelong fans, or that really don't have any other better options or more secure options that are going to stay in this class. Florida won't end up with the worst class in the SEC if Napier leaves, and they could still very well end up with the top half class. But it's really all dependent on how quickly things are figured out, because that is how these classes are decided. It's usually coaches that have nothing to do with it, and won't be there by the time the signing day comes around, or be there by the time these guys show up on the campus, are the ones doing the work. So does Florida have staffers that are willing to do that? That is the determining factor here.
Yeah. Real quick, Georgia could be one to watch, to some degree, for Kendall Gerville. They have a really good JUCO D lineman committed, but he just, I think, caught another case or something. I mean, that's originally what put him in JUCO. He caught a case. So we'll see. But Texas will be one to watch there. Davian Gross would be very surprised if they go after him. KJ Ford, same, to be honest. Like, Texas and him went separate ways, and both seem very okay with that. Hezzy Kent, I get Texas wanting to go after him and having gone after him, but like, with this being a cycle where they don't really need a tight end, like, my stance on Hezzy Kent's kind of changed. Because, like, you think about players that have eaten their way out of football. Eddie Lacy's like the king of that, right? He's who everyone thinks of. This guy's in high school and is 325 pounds, as a tight end that's 6'5". And, like, I get it. There's going to be a lot more structure and discipline from the coaches, and he's going to have a meal plan and nutrition plan, all that, once he gets to college. But, like, it is a red flag. I don't think there's a question about that. And he's gung-ho on playing tight end to where he wasn't talking to people recruiting him unless it was the tight ends coach recruiting him, or they were telling him and promising him, hey, you're only playing tight end here. So with what the investment would cost, because Florida State would love to flip him, Miami would love to have him too. Like, I could see Texas kind of being like, we won't sign a tight end this year.
And I think, Jordan, that is a great segue into talking about the Horns this past Saturday. Because
give me like one more minute on these Florida guys.
Okay.
Malik Morris, linebacker from Lakeland, Texas, has offered him. They have never hosted him for a visit or anything. They still need backers. I think they could go after him. You mentioned Carson Baker, same thing. Jalen McCoy is fascinating. This kid had like 15 sacks as a sophomore, got all the offers, the rankings, and then took his foot off the gas. I think only had like 3.5 as a junior. Some Shamar Stewart stuff. And why do I say Shamar Stewart? Because Jalen McCoy is a freakazoid, like actual freakazoid. 6'6", 245. He's an edge D-line tweener, and he has like a +8 wing, crazy verified testing data, and was a perfect prospect. And then his junior year just went like that. And I mean, you can't take your foot off the gas like that. So the price is going to have to be right for him if he decommits and is looking at Texas, or the price will have to be right for Texas to do that. And that's pretty much all I got. But just wanted to hit on those two guys real quick. But 2027 tight end, that's where you were going, right?
I was not going 2027 tight end. I was going back to the game on Saturday because of how great the tight end play was. One of my biggest takeaways from the game, we saw a good amount of Nick Townsend. We saw Nick Townsend absolutely lay a hit in one of his first snaps in college. I mean, I think it might have been his first. It was a first down run where he just completely lit up the guy coming off the right side. Loved the way that he played. Jordan Washington was also very exciting. Injuries, no surprises there. And I think we even saw a little bit of Spencer Shannon.
He did.
So this whole, Texas tight end room has come together. You go back to the early months of us doing this show in February and March. Like that was what our big question, man. You can't trust this. You can't trust Shannon. You can't trust Jordan Washington. They really need someone. Of course, they end up going out and getting neck injuries, and that's the solution to all the problems, and it's clearly worked out. But it's great to see that the depth is there and that you can work on 5 guys. I missed one. Amari Winston caught a pass on Saturday too. So there were 4 tight ends that caught I believe 4 tight ends that caught a pass on Saturday, and 5 that played legitimate snaps. They rotated tight end more than they did any other position on Saturday, more than receiver, more than running back, and more than anything on defense, other than maybe Starr, because I noticed there were quite a few guys moving in there. Tight end, like I said, one of my biggest takeaways from Saturday. absolutely love that. I think with the way that Archer's played, you're going to need them more than you think you will. And having a tight end room that has, at least 3 legitimate pass catchers is something that wins you a game or two in the SEC. Having an elite tight end room, not just one guy. You look at LSU last year, having a guy like Trades Green next to Mason Taylor as a extra security valve that helped them a lot against A&M. And I think, maybe not outright, but was a big part of why they won some of those games down the stretch. And I think Texas can be in the same kind of position. I'm not saying Texas is going to be in the same kind of position was that LSU was late in the season, though. But I do think this is a huge positive. And I also loved, the running attack. Yes, the run blocking is much different. I think the actual running looked good. Guys were able to hit their spots. They just could not get blocks. Texas had one of the worst run blocking lines in the SEC on Saturday and one of the worst in Power 4. There were some, clear kind of gaps and concentration. But it didn't really matter for Baxter on a good amount of those runs. The same thing when Christian Clark finally got going. So I feel like the skill positions are in good hand for Texas. Would not have imagined we're heading into week 3, and I'm saying Parker Livingstone is the surest bet at wide receiver, but I think that's the case now, with DeAndre Moore maybe not playing on Saturday. And Wingo, this connection between Arch and Wingo that I hyped up so much last week and saying this was the week that it was finally going to come to fruition. They just aren't together right now. There's something about it. It seems like there's just a mental error on just about every throw between those two. I think it will get figured out, but it's definitely something to make note of this now. Like there's undoubtedly something that's not there between Arch and Wingo.
Yeah, the first drive versus UTEP, if I was Sarkeesian, remember the first play of 2021 OU, I think it was, when they threw a screen to Xavier Worthy, put his foot in the ground, and then ran 80 yards to the crib, first play from scrimmage. They need to do that. Just throw an easy screen to him where it's him and a defender. He already has the ball in his hands. He just has to make a miss. Get him something, to get his confidence going early and all that. And, hey, if he doesn't score, fuck it. Run the same play like 3 times on the first drive. He needs the ball in his hands. He needs to touch it. RPO, screen, stuff within 5 yards where he can't drop it, because that has to get fixed. Like, Livingstone has been great, but with what roles these guys play in the offense, with the ceiling that they each have athletically and just play style wise, like, Texas is going to be more successful and will be playing deeper in the year if Ryan Wingo is the 1 and Livingstone is the 2 or the 3. And I'm not saying like Livingstone is bad. He can't be the 1 or whatever, but like, to sustain this, like, if Parker Livingstone is getting bracketed and doubled, I don't know what to tell you, and that's Texas's best option. The passing offense is going to take a step back. Now, if Wingo gets doubled and bracketed, it could be a tiny bit different. We haven't really seen much of that yet, and when we have, it has not been good. I think he can handle it, but we have to see that he can handle it. And I guess you could say the same thing about Livingston, but I saw him in high school, I think, more than anyone in this industry, and that's kind of how I view him as a player. Really, really, really high floor player, good player, and, all the other stereotypes you say about white receivers or, white non-O linemen or quarterbacks, right? First guy in, last guy out, all that BS. So they have to get this figured out with Wingo. They have to. And they need DeAndre Moore back as quick as possible. Like, I mean, will you really look at, and I don't want to overreact because they're only 2 games into the season and haven't played anyone with a real pulse outside of Ohio State. And that was obviously against Matt Patricia, and Archer's not playing well, but like, the depth and just talent of the starting group, how would we rank them? All 5 years of the Sark era, because 2021 it was, 2021 Xavier Worthy kind of versus the world. They have to be 5th of the 5 groups or 4. But like the other groups, maybe 2022, AD Mitchell and Worthy is 1 or 2. Matt Golden and even Isaiah Bond, even though he didn't really do anything, he stood there and was a decoy and helped in that degree, or at least early in the year. They're 1 or 2. Where do you put this year's group?
It's still too early. It's just we're not to conference play yet.
That is true. It is true. But the longer this takes to get figured out, the more and more worried and concerned I'm going to get. Maybe Wingo needs to move into Manning and Livingston's house and sleep on the couch for a week or something. I don't know. But it has to get figured out. And Emmett Mosley has to come back as well. I think that's part of it. And also, dude, if this doesn't improve after this week versus UTEP, versus Sam Houston State, Khalil Lockett has to play. And same with Dalen McCutcheon. Should even try Jamie French, because it's like if this is the result you're getting versus these teams and you're about to go into conference play, like you can't really afford to, hey, let's see if Khalil can do better than this guy versus Florida on the road or, the Arkansas game or Vandy. Like those are 2 different levels of opponents. So we'll see. Some questions I want to hit on. Where do we have here? Oh, y'all were talking about Tyreek Hill. All right. I want to hear your thoughts on Sark talking about filming reporters in the bathroom. Some Taylor Ham to him, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm cannot wait to hear Eric's thoughts because he's at every Sark press conference and has been for 2 years. So, I don't know. What do you think about it? I thought it was a fake AI video or quote at first, and then I saw the actual video and I was like, oh shit, he actually said this.
So Steve Sarkisian it is very uncommon for him to get mad or angry at this point in his life, in his career. He just hasn't done it a ton in Texas and hasn't done it in a long time. And there's a reason for that. For him to have this kind of reaction to something, I should tell you he's angry. He's angry at the way that people have been talking about it. He's angry at the way it's, affecting the coverage of these games. I thought it was an odd response, though. I really did not. I understand where he was coming from. I thought it was just not said in the way that I would have said it. Like I said, I understand the point he's trying to make. If you had people photographing you in every situation, you probably wouldn't like the faces that you were making either. This is much less about the people not liking the face that Arch Manning is making from I don't like the way that looks. I don't like the way that looks. Like he's throwing the football. I think this is the one time if you're going to question the way that, what face he's making, then that's the time. He's your quarterback. You're probably interested in knowing why he's wincing when he's making a throw. Now, like I said, he's completely justified in it because Arch has done this for his entire life. You go back to pictures in high school, he's wincing. You go back to pictures from camp in the spring, hell, camp in the spring of 23, and he's making that face. So this is nothing to be concerned about. It is just a quality of his game, but it has now become a bigger story than I think it needed to. Because of
agreed. You said pretty much everything I was going to say. Tell you what, I would have loved if a reporter in that room was like, "What do you mean by that?"
Filming us, everyone knew what he meant by it.
Yeah, duh. But if he was already like that animated and kind of pissed off, we get an Alamo Bowl Sark. You know what I'm saying? I would have never asked, "What do you mean by that?" But I would have loved to see someone do it to see how we'd rip into them.
And shout out to Hank for being on top of this on Saturday, and going back from pictures from I believe the last 4 years, and showing how Arch has been wincing this whole time. Grunt face. There we go, Rodney. It's not wincing; it's grunt face. I think we can work with this because it really isn't a wince. He's not wincing for pain. I mean, he said that there's no pain, so there's nothing to wince about. But it's just 40 years ago, people didn't like that a certain basketball player had his tongue out all the time, and we saw that and ended up. And yes, I just made that comparison.
Hey, you want to hear my comp? This just came into my head. I'm not into politics at all, so excuse me if I get this wrong. But RFK voice sounds pretty damn bad and physically kind of looks like shit. I mean, he's an older guy. That's just what happens. But I read, or at least heard on a podcast, he went on the Bus with the Boys podcast. I never watched the episode, but they were talking about it a little after. And he sounds like that, but apparently it does not hurt him to talk. Like, it sounds like it does hurt to talk that way, but it does not hurt him. It's just how he talks, how he sounds. Kind of similar, I guess.
I see it, yeah.
And also, like, the main clip that's been all over Twitter, when it shows him throwing it in slow-mo and he misses a guy, and then it shows another angle that's, like, right down the barrel. He misses that throw. And, like, the face he makes is like, oh, he's in pain even after the throw. It's like, or he's like, damn, I fucked that up, you know? And it's the face he makes when he had incompletion. I don't know. So, yeah, those are my thoughts. Peyton Houston to Oklahoma or USC, that's what Antoine asked. Oklahoma's looking like they're the ones that are going to get it done. 2027 QB recruiting, a lot of dominoes that are about to start falling. You have Kavian Bryant, who's looking at Florida State, Texas Tech, Texas, and SMU. Likely to end up at Texas Tech at this point, if not probably Florida State before it'd be Texas. Then you have Colton Nussmeier. He's been a LSU lean, the younger brother Garrett Nussmeier. He's out of Flower Mound Marcus. Alabama and Florida are also in it for him. Believe so is maybe Tennessee, perhaps. The number one overall prospect is Elijah Haven. He's out of Baton Rouge, but he's leaning Florida right now, or at least was until about a week ago. Don't know where that stands now that it's pretty obvious Billy's going to be out of there. But if he doesn't end up at Florida, Bama, Michigan was in it for him. They now have a 27 commit. And LSU, I mean, they've always been it for Haven. He's right down the road, and he is the number one overall prospect. You have to recruit that kid if they're right down the road. And then you have Peyton Houston, right, who's in the state of Louisiana. I believe his, like, unofficial top 5 is Oklahoma, USC, LSU. Texas is in there. He's not going to Texas, though, and Texas A&M, who also already has a commit. So he's Oklahoma, USC, or LSU. And there's a lot of moving parts here because LSU still does not have a 2026 quarterback commit. They've, flirted with Diabella at times in the last year, but that thing doesn't look serious. It won't be serious until he shows up in Baton Rouge. But you know who did show up in Baton Rouge last weekend? Landon Duckworth, top 100 ranked quarterback, committed to South Carolina. He's out of Jackson, Alabama. Him and Xavier Crowell make up the backfield for Jackson. And he apparently is likely to flip to LSU, or at least someone I talked to yesterday believe that is what ends up happening. A lot of these quarterbacks, they don't want to come in the year behind a guy that's ranked higher than them or ranked around them. They want to play. And usually the ones that do go into a situation like that where they're both highly ranked, 99% of the time, one of them ends up transferring after year 1 or year 2. That's just what it is. Look at Aaron Noland and Julian Sayin, Malik Murphy, Quinn Ewers. I mean, you could go on, right? So if LSU lands that guy, which of those names is going to be comfortable with going into that situation a year behind Duckworth? Especially, how does LSU finish this season? Like, the quarterbacks are always tied together because there's only one in each class and spots fill up, right? So dominoes are going to start falling. Kavian Bryant ending up at Tech, I don't think would influence anyone, but like LSU isn't going to say no to Peyton Houston if he wants to commit to LSU on September 15th. Like, they're not going to say no, oh, we might get Haven and us, because they don't actually know that. And if Florida continues to lose, that might swing Haven back to LSU. And if I'm LSU and I had Peyton Houston committed, fuck that. I'd still recruit Elijah Haven and try to get his commitment because he's a better prospect with the higher floor and a higher ceiling. So, like, we're going to start to see these dominoes fall, and there's going to be a long-lasting effect that'll last for years from this. So, with Peyton Houston, OU, USC, or LSU, that's what I'd say. Right now, it seems like OU's the most likely, but, shit, man, like, if Texas doesn't get Kavian Bryant, the other guys they can turn to might be committed by the time Kavian Bryant's committing, because all this is tied together, you know?
And wanted to get into some wild cards in this whole 27 battle because, you know, CB asked what class is Phillip Rivers' kid a part of. That's Gunnar Rivers. He is class 27. Texas hosted him on June 1st for the elite camp alongside Malachi Ziegler. Neither one of those guys seem very connected to Texas at this point. In fact, Malachi Ziegler may end up on a Mississippi State commit before too long. That's not – I don't think Texas will remain in contact with him based on the way things ended there, and him really not being offered, at least having a committable offer at the time when he was last on campus. Gunnar Rivers is one that we can say we're tracking right now, but at this point, it's about the most quiet recruitment in all of college football. And, you really don't know what he's doing until he shows up on campus somewhere. That's what happened with him at Texas. By accounts of a few players there had a good day, but obviously not good enough for Texas, Milwee and Sark to think that he was the best guy available in this class. That being said, if you miss out on Peyton Houston, you miss out on Kavian Bryant, and Nussmeier ends up at LSU, I think this is probably the next one that you go to. I guess Weston Nielsen is always a possibility at a Bastrop, but I have a hard time believing that one will happen with Texas.
Yeah, and he might be committed to Arizona State by the end of this month, by the next few months. So, and Matt Leinart's son, Cole Leinart, he's committed to SMU in the 2026 class. And with all due respect to him, for all the people that said if Arch's last name wasn't Manning, he wouldn't be anything, I can tell you right now, if Cole Leinart's last name was Cole Turboff, he would not be committed to SMU. I don't think that. He's the lowest ranked prospect in SMU's class that currently has 21 commits. I know rankings aren't everything, but they took him okay, yeah, we can take this kid. We loved our 25 take, and if you want to flip someone in 26 late, he ain't scaring anyone because he's not. So Cole Leinart will not be named for Texas. Going to fly through some of these other questions. Bevo Lance Jason said Florida probably should watch other smaller schools that are successful this season and hire once December rolls around. I know what you're saying, Golish. I think that'd be an amazing hire for them. The problem is, if it isn't Golish, who would it be? Because Billy Napier came from ULL, a small school, and that has turned out terribly. So they're going to want a huge name like a Will Stein or an actual head coach. So
I think a head coach is the play here. I think it should either be Golish, Ryan Silverfield at Memphis, or Sumrall at Troy. I think those are probably the three best Power 5 coach or Group of 5, whatever you want to call them, in the country at this point. I think Golish is probably a layup, but there's always going to be something to it. And I also think that, USF, they have the best non-Power 4 win at this point. They play in a Conference USA that is not terribly deep this year. There are going to be some teams that are going to give them some worry, but there's, a non-zero chance that USF is the team in the playoff. If you are the Group of 5 coach in the playoff, you're going to have some great opportunities. I think, what's his name, Danielson over at Boise State, it's a little bit of a different situation. He was already new, and it was clearly led by the player more than the coach there. And maybe you could say the same thing for Byron Brown at UCF, but Golish has been a guy that has been spoken about with head coaching jobs for the better part of a decade now, dating back to when he was assistant. And I think that there will be a big team interested in him. I think a year from now, if Kalen DeBoer is gone from Alabama following the 2026 season, I think that's a guy that you would consider. Of course, it won't end up going that way. They won't end up hiring a Group of 5 coach to be the Alabama head coach. But I really do think that Ryan Silverfield, John Sumrall, and Alex Golish are maybe the 3 best coaching candidates in the entire country right now.
If Oregon can keep doing what they're doing, I mean, they've played teams that a pulse first 2 weeks that I think Will Stein will be in that discussion. And Friend Brown's got to turn it around and not only beat UConn by 7 points, but he could be a name too. It just has to be the right setting and opportunity because not every single booster or group of boosters or, admin wants to hire a coach who's going to speak his mind and be pretty, loud about it, like Fran Bradwell. And I love that. But like the powers that be at a school like Arkansas or Oklahoma would never hire him. It's the same reason those schools would never hire Brennan Marion, I'd say.
See, I think that this will be the year. I do think that Fran Brown will end up being the Arkansas coach.
I don't think they're smart enough to do that, because if they were smart enough to do something like that, they would have fired Sam Pittman years ago, and they have not. So
well, there's money involved.
We got to see. And, hey, maybe Florida, if SMU can turn it around. I know that was a pretty bad loss to Baylor. They should have won that. But Rhett Lashley, I know we talked about he's an Arkansas boy and all that, but if you're Florida, luring him away, or Bama, like –
No, not Bama. I don't even think Florida either. I think Rhett Lashley is in the perfect spot in the ACC with SMU. I don't think it's time for him to move. But you never know. You never know, man. I did want to get to we're talking about, the upcoming coaching carousel. Mentioning all these great group of 5 coaches. Jordan, will Oklahoma State even have a chance with the top level guys in this coaching carousel? Because I'm starting to feel like that is maybe, in terms of the distant future, the next 2 or 3 years, one of the lowest ceilings out of any Power 4 program. You're going to have to completely remake the roster. Because I really don't think they have more than about 30 guys that are worthy of playing in Big 12 on that team. I don't want to hate on an entire program and all the guys in there, but I mean, you don't have the players if you're losing by 66 points as a Power 4 team. You just don't. You don't have the roster. And if they had Hoss Haney, maybe that game would have been 40 points or 30 points instead of 66.
It would have been 69-10. He would have put him in the end zone.
That's fair. That's about it. They need something so badly, and I have no idea what it is. Obviously, this decision to tear apart the entire coaching staff and keep Gundy was not the right move. In my eyes, I think if you had just rolled out there with the coordinators last year, it would have been just the same, and you wouldn't have had to pay all those buyouts. I understand why they did it, of course, but I just don't see why this is an attractive job to anyone.
If Oklahoma State was smart, who'd they go after?
Arbuckle.
That ain't no. Arbuckle's next job, if all things go to plan, will be an SEC or Big 10 school. And if it's a Big 12, it'll be a TCU or even a Baylor. Someone who has actual infrastructure put together that hasn't been kind of letting one man run the show for decades like they have with Gundy. If I'm Oklahoma State, I'm doing everything in my power to hire G.J. Kinney. You have to get someone that knows the state of Oklahoma and the dynamics there. G.J. Kinney was great at Tulsa, right? And I'm pretty sure started his coaching career there as a GA before getting on with Traylor and all that. Or Jeff Traylor, a little bit different. Hasn't spent as much time in the Sooner State as Kinney, but that'd be great options. In fact, spoke to someone who, if G.J. Kinney was to end up at Oklahoma State, I was talking, this person would probably be on a staff, or he thinks he'd be at Oklahoma State. I'm like, hey, you better not cut these guys when you get in there. And he's like, nah, them boys going to be playing at Lamar. He shouldn't have been at Oklahoma State to begin with. I was like, damn. Well, oof. All right, going to fly through some of these. Antoine Baker of Austin LBJ, no longer committed to Old Dominion. Decommitted this morning. Shout out to Sticks. Haven't talked to him in I don't know since when, a few weeks, but Vanderbilt, they offered, expect him to end up there. If not, Texas State. Another one from Antoine, what type of recruitment does Henry Harris from San Marcos has? Is Dallas Shad from Weiss, an FBS guy. Henry Harris also goes by Hank. San Marcos Rattler. He was caught up in the UIL investigation, suspension, whatever you want to call it, where there was like 15, 16 kids at San Marcos who showed up their freshman year. They were supposed to be a Wagner, a New Braunfels, or Judson or Steele. They showed up to San Marcos because they were recruited there by a 7-on-7 coach or something who was on staff to some degree at San Marcos. Those kids got suspended from varsity play for 3 years. because they had all the proof in the world that they were illegally recruited there and either did or didn't live in the school zone illegally. They could have gone back to their old schools to play varsity, but like every single one of them stayed and just terrorized freshman or JV opponents for 3 years. That's what Hank Harris did. All of his offers have come from JV film and from killing people at camps, and he's been really good, but missed his entire junior year to an ACL tear. He's back as a senior playing varsity for the first time in 4 years, and I mean, that is the total senior eval right there. Dallas Shad, on the other hand, he's a junior receiver at Weiss, probably more of an FCS guy, to be honest, but I mean, I haven't watched his stuff from this year, so we'll see. Taller kid, 6'2", and he is the older brother by 1 year of Jackson Shad, who was the 2028 quarterback who started as a freshman at Weiss last year. And here he is, like 4 or 5, maybe 6 offers, like SMU, Houston, schools like that. So perhaps maybe him and his older or little brother become a package duo. Your guess is as good as mine, Jake Bayless, on Emmett Mosley. The hope is that he's back before the Florida game, before conference play, but I don't know if that's actually like a guaranteed done deal, and if it's anything more than just hope at this point. What do we have here? Yeah, it was a student reporter that got ripped by Sark.
I think that's about all in terms of questions.
I got a little bit more like that. Yeah, I agree with you, Beaverlanche Jason, on that. Okay, David Keith Williams with one. Said with KJ Lacey and Dia Bell in the 2 recent classes, do you even think Kavian Bryant would benefit Texas if he were to go there? I think Texas needs more of a project QB in the 27 class. It's a great question. Like, you're basically saying they should go after a Trey Owens type, lower floor, high ceiling, though. That's, a long-term guy that has to bake in the oven for a few years and be okay with baking in the oven and sitting on the bench for a few years. What guys are like that in 27? Because I'm working on a story for the QB options for if when Kavian Bryant goes elsewhere, and I'm trying to figure out who are the Trey Owens types. That's the question I'm asking myself. So I'll have an answer for you that for project guys. As far as how it would benefit, yes, I think it benefit Texas. Like, if they were to get him, that would 1,000% guarantee one of Lacey, Bell, or Bryant's eventually in the portal, because that's just how it is in today's game. But if they're competing for several years or just a year, it's making both of them better. And if Kavian Bryant and Dia Bell are each making each other better, yeah, you're going to lose whoever loses that competition to the portal, but the guy that stays is better than he's ever been and better than he would have been without Kavian. So I think it can benefit them. And, also, like, you can't recruit a quarterback and sign a QB every single recruiting cycle and not eventually lose one guy to the portal. That's just how it works today. So, yeah. This is a great one. Luke Babin. I love him a lot. His mother, Will, I don't know if you know this, his mother was on like the Brazilian Olympic volleyball team or some shit like that. And his dad is, I believe, just originally from Southeast Texas. That's why they live in Woodville. Really good multi-sport stuff. I wouldn't say necessarily dominates at the 3A level, but he's one of the better quarterbacks in 3A. And, took his team to the state championship game this past year. So, like him a lot. CB said, Jordan, your guy Biff Poggi's back. He is. That is the interim head coach for Michigan the next 2 games. I don't know who they play. The scores will be probably closer than they should have been. This is a great one by Jake Bayless saying, I wonder what it'd take to hire Signetti away from Indiana. He's also going to have to repeat what he did last year for them to really have a shot. And Mendoza also needs to get drafted high too, because that'll definitely help his case of getting a big job. PJ Fleck from Minnesota has lost he's lost a lot of his shine.
Yeah, almost all of it.
What do we have here? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's a hurdler. I don't know, but maybe during Texas's bye week, we should come up with a list of programs that might be firing their head coach. And for each one, we come up with some realistic candidates.
I think we could do that.
Because I think, Napier and Kelly, I think that was going into the 2022 season when all those openings happened. This is setting up to be the biggest coaching carousel offseason since that offseason. So going to be a lot of fun seeing all the moving parts. But everyone who tuned in today, appreciate it a ton. David Keith Williams, Steven Delgado, Jake Bayless, Bevo Lance, Jason, CB, Patrick, Derek Vanetta. Appreciate all y'all. Appreciate everyone on podcast platforms tuning in after the stream ends. Thanks. And hey, we're going to see you on Thursday. I'll see you tomorrow with Eric Henry. Up next, the Horn Takes podcast is giving 10 final thoughts on the Longhorns' win over San Jose State. And Chip Brown and Zay Collier, they'll be back at 2 p.m. on the live stream. Going to end the live stream. Again, y'all have a great one. Happy Tuesday. Peace.
See you guys.